Is today Lila's birthday?
Yes, today is actually Lila's birthday.
Oh, I should be wearing a birthday hat. I didn't think that through.
You should! Here, let me find one real quick.
Yeah, you should.
Birthday hat.
Oh wait, there's a. Wait, I have one. I have one. I have one.
Oh, okay.
I have one.
Yay.
Lavender or violet?
Lavender.
Lavender.
It's not my birthday, Akamo, but thank you. Lila's no longer 27. You're not gonna die. Let's go.
Ooh. Oh dang, this thing's like big.
Blowing around. Go.
Yay!
It's Lila's birthday. Congrats on leaving the womb years ago, Lila.
Thank you for the birthday wishes, everyone.
Right, now I gotta start my free-run instrumental background music.
Officially not a part of the 27 club anymore. Woo!
So happy. We've made it out.
Woo!
Welcome, guys.
Yay!
Welcome to our new season. We're starting on Lila's birthday. What'd you do today? Anything fun? Anything special?
Well, I woke up with a giant pimple and I was very upset. And then my phone didn't work. But I got a bunch of free birthday reward stuff.
That's great. See, when I did that same thing. As soon as I woke up, I was like, oh, I have all these notifications. I got a free Jimmy John's. I got a free McChicken. I had a free everything. I was so happy.
Yeah, I got my birthday Starbucks drink.
Ooh!
I got
What'd you get?
a free I got a venti pistachio cold brew.
Ooh, I love the pistachio. Sounds just
keeping with the pistachio game. I was able to get a from one of the cake stores in town. I got a free mini bundt cake, and I was able to do a Dubai chocolate one.
Yeah, that's a franchise, so it's not just here.
Okay, cool. I was able to use my free birthday reward on the Dubai chocolate one, and I was so dude, it's so good.
Is it?
I've only eaten half of it, but it's so freaking good. Oh my lord.
I had sushi today. That was what I did for Lila's birthday. No, not really. It was for my birthday. My aunt was doing my birthday gift, and it just happened to be on your birthday.
I love that. I love that. I had a bunch of... I didn't really do much. It's kind of like celebrating throughout the week, I guess, like with different people.
Are you going to do anything this weekend?
I work this weekend, but probably a family dinner on Sunday. Yeah.
Forgot.
Probably family dinner on Sunday.
Lila's always going to work on the weekend after podcast, guys.
Yeah.
We accidentally set it up that way, but it works out.
That's not that bad because I close the next day.
Oh yeah,
the weekends that I work.
Dude, I have a bruise and it's freaking hurting. I don't even know where I got it from. Okay.
But yeah, I got a bunch of free foods and stuff, and probably will be ordering food at some point via paid for by my boyfriend.
Yeah. Do you guys have any idea what you're getting?
I have no idea. I just said I'm craving a burger, man.
Ooh, okay. There's a couple good spots you could get it from.
I know, but we also celebrated early and got food from a popular local Mexican restaurant yesterday and watched Survivor. So that was really good. Here, I'll send you a message.
Let me reset Discord because my connection is being annoying. Oh wait, I think we'll be able to hear Lila better.
Yay!
Oh, okay.
Hey.
I know where you what yeah.
What? Oh.
Hi, Rogue. So hello, Rooted Wound. Yes, Lila has evicted
Hello,
the
everyone.
wound this day 28 years ago.
Hello. I was born on a Thursday, so this is like
literally yeah.
Yeah. Don't ask me
Wait,
the time.
what
I don't
is your
know the
animal?
time.
They give you the pennies.
I'm pretty sure mine is. Hold on, I can't. I thought.
What comes after ox? Because I'm the year of the ox.
I thought I was a tiger, but I could be wrong. Hold on.
It's Lila's birthday today, Rook. So you gave her birthday penny. I don't know why I just said that like Alan from Smiling
Tiger.
Twins.
Tiger. I was right. It's the tiger.
Yes, tiger. The oldenine. Yes, Lila's gone through the oldenine.
Ugh.
We're old.
Oh my god. One of the first birthday messages I saw was from my sister, and you want to know what that little brat said?
What'd you say?
She goes, "Happy birthday, loser. 28. So close to 30 now. You're old."
Wow. Wow.
Yeah!
That's so rude. I feel old though, so I can't even like with all the health issues and my my ailing body, I'm like, maybe I am old now.
I know, same. Still, how many years have I said on this podcast that I'm like, oh, my medication's finally like, yeah, and then it's like, no, we're like back to square one again.
You reminded me. I literally said something.
Yeah,
too.
you should do that.
I'm out. We're taking meds. I now have to take 4 every day. I've added another med.
I feel that.
Okay, let me.
I'm trying to get off one of mine. Ugh. Yeah, I'm the oldest out of my siblings and I. By quite a bit,
I feel
actually.
I can't imagine how that feels, like being the oldest. Because, like, I kind of am with my nieces and nephews, but, like, not really because I'm their aunt, you know?
Yeah.
I'm the baby.
Yeah, I have a 5-year age gap and a 7-year age gap. So.
Sorry, I had to
Can't imagine
set
what
up
it feels
one
like
of them.
having siblings. The pros and cons of having siblings. Boy.
It's a time. I'll say that. That's for sure. Especially when they're chaotic. Bordering on chaotic evil sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love them.
All right, one more med and then I should be good. I have to get them all out.
I feel like siblings are like the people that can piss you off the most in your life.
No, I am not the chaotic one, Akamo. Lila's not the chaotic one either. We're not the chaotic siblings.
I was gonna say, I think I know
both have the chaotic
one
sisters
is between your.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know which one's the chaotic one.
Yep.
You know, she was just here. She was just here with Zay. He was coming home from school, and he said, "You know what he said when he came in? He said, 'Hi, you guys,' and I was like." I've never heard him say "you guys" before. It was so funny. He's 4 for anyone chat that doesn't know.
So cute.
Yes.
That's so cute.
Very cute. And I'm his favorite. So, of course, when I came upstairs, he was like, TT! Because he can't say Tia, so he just says TT. But it's fine. But yeah.
Love it.
What else do we have?
Oh.
Oh, I guess we should do our, our season 5, hey, this is what's up, y'all.
Yeah,
Here.
we were just talking about that too. I
Let me
completely
get it
forgot.
on here.
I literally was like, hey, we should
it
probably talk
on
about
the screen.
this. Oh, I should probably pull it up on my end. Okay. Whoa! Season 5! What?
That's crazy.
Look
I
at
can't believe
that!
5 seasons. New season!
I know!
Yeah.
Woo! So, for those of you who don't know, we take 1 month off, which the month we're going to be taking off is August. And then we'd start back up in September. So today is my birthday, season premiere of season 5. We're talking about cosplay. Woo! And we're gonna be, I know we kind of did this new format a little bit in last season, but we're gonna be doing every other week for podcast episodes. So our next one is going to be March 26th, which episode 2, and that's going to be Overlooked No More, which, Sero, you want to describe that one?
Yeah, so, there's a program, I guess you'd call it, for New York Times obituaries, where they do obituaries for people that have died throughout history that didn't get the recognition they should have, whether that was because of racism, homophobia, just the times, whatever. So it goes through a bunch of different historical figures who didn't get recognized for the impact they made on the world. And so we're going to dive into a few of those each and really learn about these people's lives that we may have not even heard of ever. That's really what it's about. Learning more about people. Because there's a lot of people that make impacts on the world. Interesting.
Yeah. And there's things on there that I never would have even thought of.
Yeah, same. Yeah, so we'll dive into probably about three each. 2 each, maybe. It depends on how we're feeling. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. For sure.
Yup.
And then we have
I'm excited for that,
episode 3, which is Nordic and Slavic myths and legends, which I'm excited about because we've never dove into that side of history, really. So it'll be interesting to see the similarities, the complete differences. So
also, I did find that sticky note, Sero.
Oh, you did?
It was Icelandic. Yeah, it says Icelandic stories and myths.
Okay, perfect.
So, yep, found it. Feel smart. Then, if those of you who remember our 90s episode that we did, we are going to be doing a Y2K episode.
Woo! Dum dum dum. I remember. Yeah,
I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. I really liked the 90s Y2K episode we did. I really liked the timeline that we did, just the intricacies of it. We dove into the 90s. It was definitely a big episode. So this one's gonna be big too, which is partially why we wanted to start doing every other week, because these episodes that we want to do, we want to really expand upon. So giving ourselves more time, especially when we both have health issues, it really helps to allow us to
being old. Sucks being old.
Yeah, we'll definitely cover the theory. We talked about it definitely during our 90s, but we'll definitely talk about it briefly as well in the Y2K episode.
Yeah. I actually was listening to a video about that the other day. not even like meaning to. It just happened to be in this compilation that I was listening to.
Yeah.
Love it. Love that.
Then episode 5, starting May off with Queen Victoria. We love Queen Victoria.
Yes.
She was a queen, literally and figuratively. So yeah, we're gonna dive into a very specific like historical figure, which
have we done
I think
that
we've
before?
done that like overarchingly. Like we've done like Black History Month, and we've dove into like Black historical icons or like Hispanic historical icons or women, but like we've never honed in on someone's life, their legacy, like this deeply, one person for one episode. Not that I can remember, so I think this is gonna be cool for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm excited for the episode after that too. The most haunted places around the world.
Yes.
I'm such a scaredy cat, guys. This isn't even.
I'm so happy.
I mean, if you saw me play Outlast, you would know I'm a baby. I'm a baby. Jeez. But I do think it's gonna be fun. We haven't... The way we're gonna be doing this, we haven't done this format, I feel like, in a while.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to go back to an older format of us talking about different places around the world.
Supernatural.
Yeah. Supernatural specifically. Yeah, we haven't
done... Yeah, we've been very historical, not paranormal, supernatural as much. So... Yeah. Oh, Lila has disappeared. Well, Lila is haunted, so let's move on to episode 7, where we will be talking about teen boarding schools / correctional facilities. Think Dr. Phil the Ranch. Think like those boarding schools that you send like your teenagers that are misbehaving. We're going to dive into the psychology, the stories.
Yeah. We should check out the comic. There's one that's historically well known for being a crap hole.
Mm-hmm.
I gave up cussing, guys. For Lent? Yup.
Really?
Let's see how well I do. Not great.
Oh.
I started off strong, but politics... And I slipped up bad. But crap hole. Well, we'll see how I do today. Anyway, one of the like big well-known ones, there is a guy who I think made a comic. It could be a short story, I don't remember. But he made one and like posted it online. Ooh. And that got a lot of traction and helped bring light to these things. So
we'll have to find that and you can send it to me.
Yeah.
Ish.
And then you can talk about the next one. I know you're excited for that.
Episode 8, Adpocalypse. The era of YouTube called the Adpocalypse was very controversial, full of drama, full of apology videos, full of, a lot. There was just a lot, and I want to dive into it. I want to teach you guys, and possibly teach Lila some things about the ad. We might talk about PewDiePie. We're gonna have to talk about PewDiePie. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're probably gonna have to.
Yeah, we're not just gonna talk about PewDiePie. We're not gonna just do one side of the Adpocalypse because there was many people involved in this situation. So yeah, I definitely want to dive into that one. We're trying to do like internet drama, like, deep dives episodes. Kind of like what did we do last time? It was, what was it? Oh, I was telling you about
beauty
beauty
drama.
Yeah,
makeup.
Yeah. The makeup, Dramageddon. We're doing the Dramageddon style episode. Yeah. We're going to do a Trisha Paytas episode in the future, but Adpocalypse I wanted to talk about for sure. So we're doing that this season in June. And then a very special episode, Lila, if you want to talk about it.
Yes. So, for those of you who don't know, this is America's 250th birthday. Woo!
Woo!
Kind of. I know, it's hard to be excited right now, but anyway, it is America's 250th birthday, and yeah, it's a baby country for sure.
Our little babes, bro.
Yeah, and we decided to kind of celebrate in our own way. There is this show that we both grew up with, called Liberty Kids. And I'm pretty sure it only aired in America and possibly Australia
and a few Arab countries. Yeah, like,
which is so random.
Very
so
random. Very random.
Because it's definitely about the US's history.
Yeah.
Anyway, Liberty Kids, one, I would just like to say it's actually a pretty dang good show.
So good. I remember
it's so
loving
good. It's a cartoon.
And the shipping culture
Yes! Oh, dude, I'm gonna go so hard. So, it follows Benjamin Franklin and these three, like, kind of teenagers that, apprentice with him or under him. And two of them I shipped so hard. Even as a little kid in elementary school, I shipped them so hard. Oh my god. And I have prevented myself from looking up if they get together or not, because we're gonna both rewatch it, seasons 1 and 2.
Yep.
Because that's all there is. And I am, like, purposely stopping myself from looking into if they get together because I need to know. But sorry. Anyway, it's about, like, it takes place kind of around the time of the American Revolution. And the one of the apprentices, the only female, she's British. I think her dad, if I remember correctly, her dad is some sort of government or military type official in the British government, and she is in America working under Ben Franklin because Ben Franklin is still respected despite everything that's going on and has gone on. But basically it's a show that taught American history that a lot of schools and stuff used to play. And you could also watch on just TV at home because it played on PBS, the public broadcasting system that is being defunded. And I don't agree with that judge. But yeah, this also has a special place in our hearts because our old history teacher from elementary school that showed us this episode or this series recently just passed away. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is gonna be a special episode for us. Not only are we gonna, like, relive
our childhood memories,
some nostalgia. Yeah, there's a few, like, different reasons why we picked this, but we're really excited to share this with everyone, especially for the people who are not American.
Yeah, it's such a good show, guys. So good.
It is. Yeah, the blonde guy and the redhead. Yes! Oh my god, I ship them so hard.
We may watch it in the Discord. It really depends. Sometimes schedules don't work out. We'll try. We'll try though.
Season 1 has a ton of episodes, and season 2 does not.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird how they did it, but
yeah.
I mean, it's an early 2000 show.
Yeah,
so.
It's pretty old. It's from 2002.
Shit, I feel old, man.
Yeah, so
Dang.
that is our second to last. Well, third to last. Third to last. Our second to last real episode. Our last real episode is going to be Metal Gear lore. You've heard it here, guys. Metal Gear deep dive. So, Lila suggested this. I have only played one Metal Gear game, so I might have to play the games just so I don't spoil myself. Which is fine because I'm ready. Any of them. They're hard. I'm telling you right now, they're hard.
I haven't played any of them, hard. But I was talking to friends at work recently, and they were just telling me all about Metal Gear lore and like showing me videos and stuff, and it's like crazy because of everything that's going on with AI right now, and then a certain president right now. I'm like, how old is this? Did this just predict our future? What? So yeah, that's how that came up.
Any Metal Gear fans in the chat will be deep diving into Metal Gear on July 16th.
Woo!
Woo! And that brings us to our final episode, which is, of course, our season finale Jeopardy episode. I truly plan to upload these the weekend after we make them. So if I don't, message me that I'm a stinky rat or something that I remember to do it. But I'm gonna truly try to get them uploaded in a timely fashion so that you guys have plenty of VODs to watch if you want to rewatch things or go back and watch ones that you missed, but also so that you guys have time to look at them for the Jeopardy episode. Last time I didn't have enough time to do, because there were so many ones that I had to cut and like mash together. We're not doing that this season. We're not doing it. We're being planned out. We're not getting off schedule. I believe in us. So hopefully we'll be good. But yes, so that is our season. Our season of podcasts. Woo! Very exciting. Very exciting stuff.
Very excited.
Well, I guess we can jump into it. We have to do our intro still, even though we've been talking for 30 minutes. But our official intro. Yeah. Our official intro.
44 seconds. 44 seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll start then.
Ends. Yeah.
We'll start it then. Yeah. I am going to get my phone back to charging. I don't know why it unplugged.
Yeah, and I'm exiting out of the schedule. I am working on... Still working on Spotify and looking at other avenues as well. We're still looking into it.
I think we can get this season up. I really do.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Especially because, like, I feel like I didn't realize that there has been a surge in podcasts again, which is, like, crazy to me. But apparently there is, and places like Spotify, Substack, like everything, like, yeah, Podcast Central. Yeah. So,
alrighty,
crazy.
Alrighty then. All right, go ahead.
Oh yes,
go ahead, Lila.
Let me get back to it. There we go. Welcome back, everyone, to a brand new season of Series of Geektastic Events. I am Lila Onikuma.
And I'm Sero the Librarian, and today's episode is a special one.
Not only are we kicking off the season premiere, but it also happens to be my birthday episode.
So obviously, we had to pick a topic that's creative, chaotic, silly, and honestly, just a lot of fun.
That's right. Today we're talking about
Okay, she yelled cosplay, but it cut out. So cosplay!
Oh, cosplay!
From massive convention halls packed with incredible costumes to the history of fans bringing their favorite characters to life. Oh, long before social media was even a thing.
My bad.
Lila's changing the doc while I'm doing the intro.
We're diving into where cosplay started, how it evolved, and why dressing up as fictional characters has become such a huge part of fan culture around the world.
So whether you've spent months crafting armor out of foam or cardboard,
Or you've never been to a convention in your life,
stick around because today we're exploring the history, creativity, and community behind cosplay.
and celebrating the start of a new season while we're at it.
Dun, dun, dun.
I accidentally hit a button on the keyboard.
Yeah, Lila pressed enter or something, and then my entire sentence just was gone, and I was like, oh no, I don't know where I am.
And then I quickly did undo. I was like, no!
It's okay. Our scuffed intros are kind of our signature, you know?
I know.
At this point, our scuff is our signature. It's okay. Okay,
I didn't
so
mean to.
cosplay. Guys. Cosplay, by definition from, I think it was Merriam-Webster or something, the act or practice of dressing up as a character from a pre-existing work of fiction. Now, you might think of cosplay or that definition in the context of our modern age, our present. But if we take a trip to the past, far, far in the past, we will uncover that there is more to the story, y'all. So, for those of you that have been to a convention in the US, specifically the Western cosplay scene, you'll know the word masquerade in relation to cosplay. Well, masquerade obviously also means other things. So masquerade ball is another thing that you would connect to the word masquerade. And that kind of fits in with the history of cosplay. So I'm going to give you a little history lesson real quick before we jump into more modern age stuff. All right, so picture this. 15th century Italy. Wait, time out. No, time out. Tangent for a second, because I have a neighbor, an Austrian neighbor, who went to Italy and got me a Venetian carnival mask. And it is a mask that upon my research of the Venetian carnival and its history, it is a mask that was used to identify male workers of the night. And so a mask that I coveted my entire childhood and who I display on my bookshelf as a prize was actually something I did not know. And that is what that is what happens when you deep dive into topics like this, y'all. We have so many tangents and spin-offs. I know Lila goes down rabbit holes. We all have seen it. And that was one of my rabbit holes. So before I begin, I just wanted to let you know I was kind of traumatized by the fact that one of my favorite items that I've ever received as a gift was that in history.
That's actually really funny.
I know.
I love that.
Yeah. I didn't realize until I went down this wormhole, but yeah. So back to 15th century Italy, guys. The Venetian carnival sparkles with elaborate masks, dresses, Celebration lasting from December 26th to Shrove Tuesday, so 2 months of extravagant partying. Grand festivities and pageants extended into the homes of the elite, where they would have masquerade balls. The anonymity of masquerade balls allowed guests to blur social boundaries, encouraged playfulness, and it allowed a lot of people to just live freely in the moment because, they were masked. No one knew who they were, even though, I don't know, masks sometimes don't actually cover that much. I feel like some people knew who they were, but it's the thought that counts. So attendees of these masquerade balls, they would dress in elaborate clothing and with masks. But something that I didn't quite know until deep diving into this, they actually did dress as characters from mythology, literature, societal archetypes. So very similar to what we would do today for like a costume party of the sort, kind of. But it kind of reminded me a little bit of cosplay in that they took these characters that they were fans of, that they looked up to, that they thought were funny, that they whatever, that they enjoyed, and they created elaborate clothing around those characters to celebrate the carnival. So it is very similar. Like, sorry. I just imagined like a sparkly Sonic, but that's not what that was. It was very much like elaborate, fancy dress, but it did have similarities to cosplay in that they were dressing as characters and even like doing it as fans. Like a French novelist, Jules Verne, he hosted a ball like this, and he sent out like 700 invitations, and a lot of those guests came dressed as characters from his books, to show that how much they appreciated him, like what they found funny. Another thing is they dressed as specific characters from, I cannot say this because it's not in English, but it's like Commedia dell'arte, like the art of comedy. It's an Italian theater group, or an Italian theater that featured a bunch of like funny characters that had very distinctive features, and a lot of Venetian carnival masks emulated the same characters. So if you were a fan of something, I mean, fan culture has gone back to the beginning of time, the beginning of humanity. So even in masquerade balls, fan culture was prevalent. These events eventually led to mask wearing becoming an everyday occurrence in some regions of the country. And they also grew outside of Italy. They spread to other parts of Europe and eventually peaked in the 17th and 18th century, which was the golden age of masquerades. They became the height of aristocratic entertainment, featuring extravagant costumes, music, dance performances, and that is very prevalent in like cosplay convention culture, especially in the US, where like you have like this whole like performance when you're doing like the masquerade, the cosplay masquerades. So again, very, very similar in terms of like what they were getting up to in the events, which is, I guess, where the US like sci-fi conventions would have gotten the idea from, maybe, is looking back into what masquerade culture would have been. But I really don't know. It kind of just popped up. We'll talk about it in a bit, but in 1930, it kind of just popped up in sci-fi conventions, and I don't really know why they call it masquerade, but that's what they call it. And I wanted to dive into masquerades because there is a lot of similarities. There's a lot of similarities. Another thing
I'm excited
that I saw was in 1891, I think, there was actually a advertisement for what would essentially be now cosplayers to come to an event for a specific science fiction novel and the characters in it. And I think it's really interesting that, again, it's science fiction. Science fiction, for whatever reason, inspires people to... I think it might just be because it's so otherworldly. Like, you're really, like, escaping your reality, dressing up as something that's completely out of, like, possibility in terms of what we have in present day. Their present day, our present day, whatever. But yeah, science fiction and cosplay, or costuming, whatever you want to call it, that has been so closely connected in everything that I've seen throughout all of my research, all the videos I've watched, all the articles I was reading. And I find it really fascinating because the same thing was, that was the same thing for fan fiction, you know? Sci-fi was very much a huge part of why fan fiction became so popular. Star Trekkies, you know, the Star Trekkies, you know, they go crazy. Also, your model is not moving, Lila. Oh. Hi, Juan.
Sorry, I just put in my food order.
Oh, you're fine.
I didn't realize she wasn't moving anymore.
It's okay. I just want to make sure you weren't broken. All right, so yeah, brief little history on masquerades that I wanted to go through, because even though the word cosplay hasn't been around for even 50 years yet, the idea of cosplay has been around for centuries. Dressing up as your favorite character, escaping into that world, that's been around for a long, long time. Even back into, like, Greek history. Like, they would dress up as myths, legends, all of that. Characters from different philosophers, like excerpts, whatever. So it really is something that I think a lot of people just attribute to present day, like it all of a sudden became a thing, but it's been around forever. That was the main point of why we dove into 15th century Italy. But I think it was important regardless. So let's get into sci-fi costuming, because that is where things get much more like what we see today. Also, we're doing great, Juan. It's Lila's birthday, and Lila's getting food.
I just accidentally exited out of Twitch.
It's okay. Lila's getting food. She got a Starbucks and pistachio bundt cake. So, she's having a good day.
Dubai chocolate.
Yeah, Dubai chocolate. Yeah. Okay, so let me
getting chat back up.
You're totally fine. I'm gonna...
Okay, I got chat back up. Hi, Juan! Hi! Hi, Juan!
Does this also mean that there were furries in 15th century Italy too? There's been furries for a while now. I saw crazy. A dog suit from, like, it might have been 1800s. Like, I saw a picture of a furry from, like, way back then. And it was interesting. It was interesting. The fursuits were a little more creepy back then. Less cute and fluffy. But, you know, they worked with what they had. Also, next season, maybe we'll do furry history. Who knows?
Actually, I think there's, like, a furry convention.
Oh, interesting.
Not that far away from now, in Chicago.
Hey, I still got cat ears and a tail somewhere in my closet somewhere.
I don't know, man. I'd rather go to a Ren fair first.
Yeah, me too. Okay. All right, so the roots of modern cosplay that we see today can be traced all the way back to 1939, New York, where the first World Science Fiction Convention took place. This event marked the first documented instance of fan costuming at a convention, when Myrtle R. Douglas, That's one of her names. I just want to read out her full title because I think it's sick. Myrtle Rebecca
Love that.
Maroyo Douglas Smith Gray Nolan. She's got a lot of names. But yes, Myrtle and her boyfriend at the time, Forrest Ackerman, yes, they attended the event, the Worldcon, dressed in homemade sci-fi costumes based on the artwork of Frank R. Paul and a 1936 film called Things to Come. So here's that. So on the right, that's the movie, and then on the left, those are the costumes she made. And yes, she made them. So Myrtle is the artist behind these costumes. And at the time, wearing a costume to a convention was not a thing people were doing. Ackerman, her boyfriend at the time, he actually thought that that was something that everyone was going to be doing. And then they got there and they were the only people dressed up. But everyone was very intrigued by this couple. They were very much engrossed in a newly developing geek culture, and people were very excited to try out this thing that this couple were doing. So in the next year, Worldcon in Chicago, there was a unofficial masquerade in Myrtle's, I think it was her hotel room or something, or maybe it was a different venue, but they had like a small group of like friends get together and do some cosplay costuming. I'm just going to call it cosplay, even though it's not called cosplay until the 80s, but it's cosplay. So yeah, we're all the way back in the 30s still, so we have a ways to go until it's actually coined, but it is very much the same thing. Yeah. So
Yeah.
she had her own unofficial costuming masquerade, but she also had, or they also had, an official masquerade in the program for Worldcon. So one, like, very much this one costume made such like impact on people in the sci-fi like geek community that they were like, we need to have this at the Worldcon next year. It took a year for them to like actually put it into the program, which is kind of crazy. It wasn't super popular yet. There weren't as many people doing it, but there were more people the next year coming in costume and like showing off what they've made and getting together and talking about it. So they also were super promoted. Like the official masquerade was done by like well-known sci-fi authors and fanzine writers at the time. So they were participating in the event. Authors E.E. Smith, Wilson Tucker, which Lila, I'm gonna write you something. We can't say it out loud.
Also,
but I found this very interesting.
What?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah. E. Smith, Wilson Tucker, Robert Lowndes, David Kyle. There was a bunch of people. I'm pretty sure E. Smith, or maybe it was Robert, one of them won the masquerade with their costume. But yeah.
Love that.
The authors were getting into it. The fanzine writers were getting into it. And that was only a year after they initially brought out the costume for the convention. And then after the 1939 Worldcon, costume contest slowly but surely became an annual tradition at Worldcon, drawing more and more participants with each passing year. And this would continue to spread to Europe. So with the 15th Worldcon in 1957, they officially brought the convention masquerade to the UK. And Britain was pretty into the cosplay scene. Like, when I was looking into it, they were the ones that embraced it the hardest in Europe, for sure. I do think there was another country, but I can't remember what it was. Can't remember off the top of my head. But the UK was crazy. Yeah, they went crazy for cosplay, which I get. Then we get, oh, Dexter's coming down. Come on in. Come on in, Dexter.
Dexter!
I would like to announce, before we move on, that Dexter has learned how to use a doggy door. And I now can close my door. Yeah, he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. I didn't even have to, like, really teach much. Okay, now I can close my door because he's inside. Because he has learned how to leave, but he's still kind of iffy about coming in. So we're working on it. But he has officially used it, which is cool. But yeah, okay. So Star Trek. Oh wait, time out. I gotta show you Myrtle. So this is Myrtle. There's like full on. Oh, Lila's gone again. There's full on books written about this woman. About, like, the impact she had on costuming, on... Let me make sure Lila's not gone here. No, she's not. Okay. On costuming, on cosplay, and many refer to her as the mother of cosplay. Yeah, this is Myrtle Rebecca Moroyo Douglas Smith Gray Nolan. There she is. All right, but Star Trek. Get into Star Trek. Sci-fi in general. But Star Trek happened, and just like fan fiction, cosplay owes a debt to Star Trek in the West. While it was done before Star Trek, the skyrocket of popularity of cosplaying in the sci-fi community specifically was largely due to the hype of the Star Trek TV series and Doctor Who as well. So on the bottom right, you can see Doctor Who with his canine robot. So cute. And then we have some Star Trek-y. I don't even know what the bottom right left is. It might be a Star Trek alien or something. But yeah, there was people dressing up as the Enterprise characters, as the aliens that they fought or helped. It was a big moment for the sci-fi community, the fandom community, fan fiction, cosplay, all the things that fans love to geek out about and dive into as hobbies. That's what Star Trek helped elevate. Like, Star Trek is a lot, did a lot for the geeks out there, whether you know it or not. But yes, so fanzines and eventually conventions, costuming soared to new heights in the US, with superhero costumes also joining the mix. So there was a lot of superhero cosplayers coming to science fiction conventions, and eventually their own conventions, which then furthered, the love of and knowledge of cosplay. So yeah, Myrtle started a movement that would last for decades upon decades, and many don't even know she existed, or they attribute the success of cosplay in the West, in the sci-fi community specifically, to her boyfriend, which is just, she made the costumes. We don't, allegedly, she is the one that came up with the idea. So, I think it's important to remember the people that started something.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Bro, things started crashing well before my symbol that my internet crashed popped up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, she didn't disconnect, but I don't know where she is.
Yeah, like, it was like, it... You know how, like, sometimes when accidents happen and you're, like, watching it, like, it goes in slow motion to you, even though it's fast? That's basically what just happened, IRL. Like, everything started crashing like, it took so long for my
everything to, like, actually go down.
Yeah, and, like, even some of the, like, websites I have pulled up, like tabs, like those, it took so long for those to actually be like error, I was like, what is going on? It was so stupid.
Well, luckily it's happening during my section, so hopefully it'll not do that during your section.
Yeah. Oh. Well, here, I'll actually just message you real quick.
Yeah, no problem. Guys, I'm listening to the instrumentals from Freerun. It's so chill. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Did a lot of research for that.
That works.
A lot of research.
That works for me. Hola,
Hello,
Matt. Ka-chow.
Welcome to my birthday stream.
Yes. All right. So, I have a bunch of fun facts that I wanted to talk about before we get into the coining of the word cosplay. So, as you can imagine, a group of geeks get together. There's some weird shit going down, right? So, I wanted to do a couple of fun little things that have happened at World Cons. So, the first nude contestant at a Worldcon masquerade was in 1952.
Oh.
This eventually led to the no costume is no costume rule, which banned full nudity, but did allow for partial nudity if it was still a legitimate representation of the character. So, some characters do be showing a lot of skin, but you can't just come in without any clothes on for no reason. So there were some really sick costumes that people were doing with the nudity, like partial nudity stuff that I saw. I don't want to show them on stream for obvious reasons, but they were very cool. Another costume that instigated a rule change was the 20th Worldcon, which was 1962. Someone came in with a blaster prop that fired a jet of real flame. As you can imagine, flames were banned from Worldcon after that.
Yup.
Also,
Dang.
1972, the 30th Worldcon, there was an artist who made his costume very much out of peanut butter to represent this comic character that was like kind of underground. It wasn't well known, but it was called the Turd. So the peanut butter was meant to, exude that, but the peanut butter started rubbing off and doing a bunch of damage.
Realize I didn't rejoin.
Oh, the VTube studio?
Yeah, I didn't realize I didn't rejoin.
It's okay.
My bad.
So yeah, the peanut butter started rubbing off on all of like the furniture in the convention hall, all of the people's costumes, and then it started to go rancid under all of the heat of the lighting. And so after this, Worldcon said food, odious, and messy substances are banned as costume elements after that. So yeah, just some fun little convention things that I found. I think those were mentioned in the wiki, but I'm sure there's more. Let me see what year I need to do. Oh yeah, that's 1980. Okay, so that is the initial start, right, of the science fiction cosplay scene. While the 70s is even bigger. They go even harder than the previous decades. There's also the beginning of the San Diego Comic Con, which was formerly called San Diego's Golden State Comic Minicon, and that helped fuel a lot of growth for cosplay and just fandom in general. Costume judging started becoming an official event at these conventions. Masquerades were smaller versions of what we would know as cosplay contests today, and they had short skits or runway shows for everyone in costume that would be judged and then awarded winners, second winners, first, second, third, whatever, however they wanted to judge it. But yeah, so they were smaller back then, but obviously as they grew in popularity, they made them more elaborate, more bigger events. Yeah, season 5 already, Matt. We're getting through the seasons like nobody's business.
What?
Okay, so we've talked about America quite enough. Let's talk about Japan. Because while Americans were doing costuming already, Japan took it to a different level, right? So in Japan, costuming at conventions was a fan activity that we know at least was happening since the 1970s. There's not as much documented stuff before then, but especially after the launch of Comiket, which is the Comiket convention, that is the first convention in Japan that began in December 1975. That was when costuming really became a big thing. It wasn't super big at first, and at first they called it Kaso, so it wasn't cosplay yet, but the first documented case was a fan event for a future sci-fi thing, a fighting man of Mars. So even in Japan, it started with sci-fi, guys. Even in Japan, sci-fi hits the hearts of geeks in a creative way. I don't know what it is. I mean, I get it because I love sci-fi, but every fandom, man, every fandom hobby is very rooted in sci-fi. But yeah, so only about 20 people joined this costuming fun, but that was, for the first documented case of a fan event. It's not just one person dressing up, but a group of people celebrating a fandom by dressing up and going to an event together. So we did have a bit of that, but outside of conventions, dressing up as characters was also not completely unknown. Though cosplay outside of convention spaces was not accepted, and still isn't super accepted in Japan at the time. Like, we can walk into like a Burger King dressed as like freaking, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a character that would go really crazy, but I can't think. Like, someone's dressed as Piccolo, right? And they're going to get a Whopper, and no one would really care in America. But in Japan, the otaku like stereotype, the culture behind that makes it a lot less acceptable to just walk around in cosplay. But girls be girling, and they did find a way to dress up as their favorite characters. Shoujo, so girl manga, as they call it, they really laid out the groundwork for cosplay, full body fashion. So Shoujo and post World War II became a fashion magazine in addition to telling stories about girls growing up, girls finding romance, girls doing the girl things, And this enticed a lot of young Japanese girls to buy clothing that matched their favorite characters. And this also led them to taking the opportunity to write their own fan fiction that would then be handed out at fan conventions. And the combination of those two things really became a huge part of what cosplay means today, especially in Japan. Like, creating a story while also celebrating a character that you love. It's very much a part of the process in modern day cosplay. So that the girls in Japan, the young girls in Japan, were very instrumental in how Japan specifically shaped cosplay as a whole. So yeah, wanted to talk about them. Let me see if I can find. I did have. Where is it? Where are the girlies? Oh, I don't think I added it. Let me add it real quick. I did find pictures of some.
Yay, pictures.
Can I find? That's not the right one. I'm out, guys.
I'm excited. I'm about to get my burger.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
I'm about to get my burger. I know. He went to go pick it up. Oh, he's back. Oh, dang, that was fast. Okay.
Nope, you're totally fine. I'm still trying to find the pictures that I was looking.
Guess
Okay,
what kind
I
of
found
burger I
him.
ordered? Gouda. A
Gouda.
Gouda burger.
I love Gouda.
Gouda.
Okay,
Right?
I'm not gonna log in because obviously that is doxing myself, but I am gonna show you some of these costumes.
On what?
The the Japanese cosplay that I was showing or gonna show you guys. I'll stream it to you. Like, go get your burger.
Okay.
I will just show them. Okay. Here it is, guys. We have some pictures of people cosplaying. Oh, I I almost doxed myself, guys. That was really scary. That was really scary. That almost was bad. That was almost bad. But yeah, I found a bunch of really fun pictures. I think I do have one saved. I think it's the DBZ one. Yeah, this one. It probably wasn't DBZ. It was probably just Dragon Ball. But yes, that is an example of the cosplay that I was talking about moments ago. Oh yeah, so that there was, like I said, costuming, cosplay-esque behavior in Japan fan culture, but again, still the word has not been coined until San Diego, or no, not until, in conjuncture with, but San Diego's Costume Con made cosplaying the main attraction in 1983, openly inviting costumes from anime, comics, video games, fantasy, sci-fi, theatrical, film, TV costumes, millinery fursuits, and more. So that was all it was. San Diego's Costume Con was very much about cosplay. And let me find the picture. Yeah, so this is the San Diego Comic Con. So this is a picture of the San Diego Comic Con from 1979, I think it was. So that's an example of Comic Con in San Diego. But the Costume Con, push this back to my other browser. There we are.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. So this is the very first San Diego Costume Con, 1983. They archive everything, guys. I think that's so cool. So these are some of the costumes from 1983. This is specifically the sci-fi section of the sci-fi fantasy masquerade. So they had three masquerades: sci-fi fantasy, historical, and future fashion, which I don't quite know what that category was, but that's what it was called. So this is the sci-fi fantasy section. We have a lot of like older people than I realized, which I guess maybe I don't know a lot of like people this age that would be into going to like a convention. Do you? Like I don't know a lot of people that would be into dressing up. Like, but maybe I don't know enough like older people. Maybe they are cool like that. But yeah, these are some examples. Ooh, there's a Joker costume in here.
All I see is your dock.
Oh, you can't see it? Oh. Let me try again. Yeah. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yay.
Yeah. So we got Joker. He was Best Master Recreation winner. So he was a winner, guys. I don't know a lot of these characters because I don't know enough about sci-fi to like know, but at least not old sci-fi. Yeah, like some of these costumes. Yeah, he looks like a winner. He does. Are very cool, especially for 83. Like, yeah, mime after mime.
Dang.
They were in the novice division. They got best novice. So they made it, they presented it, they wore it, everything. I think they're sisters. No, they're not. They're not. There were sisters somewhere. Oh yeah, these two. These two are sisters. I was looking at it. Yeah, they had a photographer there, and so they constantly were photographing everyone, and you get to see like all of these different. Like this one is, where is it? Masquerade, literally. We have
Love
is
that.
Napoleon? No, British Navy officer. Someone's cosplaying as a British Navy officer. There was a Queen one here somewhere. Oh yeah, and then this one, I don't know who they are. But they're cosplaying as them. Yeah, just cosplaying as historical times. There was tons of people. Sherlock Holmes's nurse. Someone cosplayed as
Okay,
the
I
nurse
love
of
that.
Sherlock Holmes, which I love. Oh, that's a beautiful dress. I like the creativity is like this one's a Guavi dancer from the 19th century.
I love
Yeah.
that.
So
That's actually really cool.
This is the historical section of the masquerade. So this is, they had, like I said, 3 different categories. This one is specifically historical. So yeah, there was definitely another one. Oh, this picture is so good. The nurse really is selling it. Oh, this one. I think, yeah, Elizabethan court costume. So yeah, they were very broad in their categories. Like I don't know if they even have them like this nowadays. I wouldn't know. I've never been to a convention, but oh yeah, this is the future fashion part. I have no idea what this category is, but let's just take a gander. We have this that I think may be a vagina. Unsure. And then we have this, which is bird-esque, very bird, very Native American. Winter wear. Not sure. But yeah, there's just a lot of silly, goofy costumes that I saw from the 80s that I actually quite enjoyed. This one is the winner, I think. Maybe she's not. Maybe she's might be the...
I love that.
She didn't win anything. I thought she won something. But I actually do like some of these dresses. Not sure if this is the future of fashion. This is a fursuit. This is a fursuit. This is like a 1983 fursuit. He's a bird.
Oh.
I don't recognize any of these characters, but they look cool. Yeah, the sci-fi characters did not recognize a one from the 83s. But yeah, but you guys should definitely check out the Costume Con archives because they got a ton of visual gallery stuff, and like it shows you all the different costumes from a bunch of the different cons. It's very cool. See what this one has. 26. 5. Oh wait. Oh, they have different categories. Doll costume contest. Mad Science Fair and prop exhibition. Mouse Parade. Are they mice? I wonder when the first anime one. I wonder if they have one. I'd have to look into it. But yeah,
Ooh,
no.
that'd be cool.
This website has a lot of cool like photo evidence of how cosplay costuming has evolved and changed throughout the decades, since it's been called cosplay even. But yeah, this is a very cool website that I found. Let me stop sharing my screen so I don't box myself in
Yup.
accident. But yeah, so like I said, San Diego's Costume Con was cosplaying central main attraction, and the following year, Nobuyuki Takahashi wrote an article after attending LA's Worldcon, and he was very impressed by the Trekkies' costumes. I'm sure other costumes, but let's be real, the Star Trek costumes were probably one of the big reasons why he was so impressed. And this is where he coins the word cosplay. So he decides that because masquerade, at least in Japan, would only mean like the 15th century Italy style of masquerade, that word doesn't quite work. So he decided on a Japanese word, kosuure, I think is how you say it. And it's a contraction of two words that together mean costume play, which eventually becomes cosplay in English because that just sounds better, I guess. Yeah, less
Fun
awkward.
fact, it's in katakana, so that's also how you know that it's based off of like English.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so this word is coined. He writes in articles encouraging Japanese readers to add costumes to their anime and manga convention. So he finds the idea of dressing up as characters and watching all of these people like embody their favorite characters from sci-fi very fun, very entertaining, just creative. And so he really wants people to get into it in Japan. And while they have been, like I mentioned previously, they had been doing costuming, this is when it actually became a bigger thing. So eventually, after a few years, the word catches on. So obviously cosplay didn't become cosplay overnight. Like it had to take a while to reach the minds of the youths. So yeah, so it took a few years, but eventually cosplay was all the rage amongst anime and manga fans. Still is. Fun fact, the first known costume of a manga character appeared in the US a few years before he coined the term, and it was at the San Diego Comic-Con International. 6 fans appeared in full manga costume. Karen Schnallbelt, I think is how you say her last name. They dressed as Captain Harlock, and all of her friends dressed as the other Star Blazer characters. So, I do have a picture of that. There we go. Yeah, there they are. There they are. So yeah, so there were a few people in the West, like not a few. There's probably like a good amount, but in retrospect to the all encompassing sci-fi costumes, there were only a few that were dressing as their favorite anime characters, manga characters, but there were some. It wasn't like there were none, but it was very rare to see. It was mostly just sci-fi and superheroes at the time. Also, I do have a picture of the shoujo. Forgot to show. But this is like an example of what the girlies were reading that then inspired them to dress up as their favorite characters, write the fan fiction, and like I said, shaped how cosplay played out in Japan culture. And then I also have a picture of, this is like a couple years after the cosplay coinage happened. So this is a Japanese magazine that shows a bunch of people cosplaying. So this is the early days of like the hype of cosplay in Japan. We even have a fursuit, I think, on here.
I love that.
Yeah. So lots of fun stuff happening. Now that we're moving into the 90s, I'm going to pass it over to Lila, who is probably going to talk a lot longer than I did. But that's because Lila has a lot to say, and it's Lila's birthday. So we're all going to listen very carefully and learn from Lila about the rise of conventions in cosplay.
And a bunch of other stuff.
And a bunch of other stuff, yeah. Let me know if you need me to open your doc for any pronunciation thing.
Okay. Let me scroll back up. Okay. Okay, so kind of picking up where Sero left off. It's the 1990s. I almost said 1900s. Oh,
it's
Lord.
the 1900s. Yes. Yes, we've been here for a while.
1990s. The first, fun fact, cosplay cafes appeared in Akihabara area of Tokyo in the late 1900s. It was a temporary maid cafe, was set up at the Tokyo Character Collection event in August 1998 to promote the video game Welcome to Pia Carrot 2 from 1997, the previous year. And the fact, like, I need to go to a maid cafe. I've never been. All the conventions I've been to, I've never been. I need to go.
Oh yeah, so I gotta look at this. Oh, Welcome to Pia Carrot 2 looks so cute.
So yeah, that was going on in Japan, and an occasional Pia Carrot restaurant was held at the Shop Gamers in Akihabara in the year up to 2000. So we had that going on. That really kicks off our 1990s, you know? Then we get Worldcon Masquerade attendance peaked in the 1980s and started to fall, but the trend was reversed when the concept of cosplay was re-imported from Japan. Like Japan, the US saw a rise in anime cosplay. Animes like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z aired in the US from the mid-90s through the early 2000s. This is what I grew up on, guys. Small anime conventions began in the late 80s into the 90s, including the San Jose Anime Expo in 1992. There were about 1,750 attendees, rising to an estimated 100,000 in 2019. The 90s brought even more cosplay as manga turned into the anime, basically. And again, Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball, and Neon Genesis became widely popular and are still cosplayed to this day. This is not the last time I will be talking about Sailor Moon. Not biased at all. In the 1990s, cosplay started to become more mainstream at conventions and events. The first cosplay contest was held again. Like I am dipping a little bit into the 1980s, but it makes sense for the 90s, so bear with me. That was held at the World Science Fiction Convention in LA in 84. But it wasn't until the 1990s that cosplay contests became a regular part of convention programming. Star Wars fans got their own event called Star Wars Celebrations in 1999. Lucasfilm held the celebration in Denver, Colorado to promote the upcoming release of Star Wars The Phantom Menace. Since then, Star Wars celebrations would honor milestone anniversaries and celebrate upcoming movies. Number of conventions and participants in the United States rose dramatically thanks to the internet, of course, and the popularity of anime and manga. Medium-sized cons that would have originally had about... Oh, sorry. I thought I heard a noise. Medium-sized cons would have about 2,000 to 5,000 participants.
Oh.
And during that time, 3 of the largest conventions were Chicago Comic-Con, Comic-Con International, and Dragon Con. I have fact-check on this and realized I did not fact-check that one, but okay, yeah, take that one with a grain of salt. But apparently during that time, that was the largest. And then, of course, cosplay started to attract more and more attention from the media and became a popular topic on internet forums and message boards because, yes, those were everything in the 90s and early 2000s. One day, we should do an episode just on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, right, we gotta put it in there.
We do.
Can I find it? Oh, I'm
Podcast
in the wrong. I'm in the wrong server.
I did it. You good?
Okay. Also, sorry to interrupt your history lesson. I just would like to say that I was going through the Costume Con archives, and there is a cod piece costume contest.
Oh, dang.
Do you know what a cod piece is? I'll show you a picture. You'll understand.
That is a very juicy burger. My bad. Okay. Let me see this. Ooh! That's really cool. Okay. So, now we're getting into the 2000s. Cosplay goes mainstream. Of course, cosplay is a global phenomenon with millions of fans around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Cosplay has become a mainstream hobby and is no longer confined to the niche events or subcultures. Cosplay has become an important part of popular culture and has even been recognized as an art form in its own right. And as somebody who sews and studied fashion design and has made a collection, God,
that's a lot of work.
Cosplay is just like a whole nother thing. It is, woo!
Especially cosplayers that make their own costumes, like, dang.
Like armor and stuff?
Yeah!
That's like crazy.
And some of it looks like real metal. It's crazy. People are so talented.
Okay, so, you know, going mainstream, we have a lot of that to thank. So, nerd and geek culture, a lot of it going mainstream, we have to thank big box office movie franchises like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and all the superhero movies that exist.
Mm-hmm.
This really helped. Because, I mean, so for example, Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter, I know, huge book series, popular, but, like, specifically Harry Potter, since I'm more familiar with that, like, it, popped off. Those movies popped off. Those were popular.
The
and
books
then, of course,
even
superhero
popped off,
movies.
like...
Yeah. And, like, those things have their own huge culture.
Potterheads.
Like, just behind that. Like, it's like a bunch of branches, right?
Yeah.
So you have geek nerd culture, and then within that, you have, like, these franchises, and within that, you have even more franchises, and it's crazy. So we do have things like that, the movie franchises, to thank a lot for pushing that mainstream. We also have the rise of video games, thanks to, the home consoles. Like back in the day when the Wii, the Xbox 360, and the PlayStation 3 were all popping off.
Mhm. We love the Wii.
Dude, love the Wii.
Wii Sports? Wii
Back in my
Resort?
day. Dude, oh my god. Childhood.
Yeah.
But thanks to things like that and the rise of mobile gaming that has pushed things like nerd and geek culture even more into the mainstream. Cosplay grew in tandem with conventions and geek culture. I love that we're talking about geek culture because we're geektastic events and it's just so on theme. I love it so much. I just had to say that, Anyway,
I also cosplay
so yeah,
as
it
my
kind of
me every day, Akamo.
I
So does
love
Lila.
that.
Lila cosplays as Lila every day.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Fans would share ideas on online forums again, and then we also have like YouTube, which YouTube in itself is a huge culture. And thanks to like DIY YouTube tutorials and things like that, we also have to thank for the growing community of it all, especially with cosplay. And getting to interact with other cosplayers as more and more conventions sprung up around the country, and it created this whole huge community, which also, like, again, it also pushed it into the mainstream. The dictionary definition that you referred to earlier, because cosplay became so mainstream, the Oxford English Dictionary added the word cosplay in 2008 to the dictionary as like a real word. And
double
then,
Oxford.
yeah, right? Yeah, I was gonna read it and I was like, you read it earlier, so I don't need to say it again. Okay, sorry. Brain blank. Brain blank. Oh my. Costumes and presentations. So, cosplay represents an act of like embodiment, basically. Cosplay has been closely linked to the presentation of self. You have costumes and you have presentation. Cosplayers obtain their apparel through many different methods. I know kind of talked about making our cosplayers making their own outfits, referencing images of characters in the process. Oh my god, so much goes into that too. The creation of outfits, the time, the quality, the detail. Obviously, there's all different kinds of skill or like level. So like amateur, professional. Uh, then you can also like, not everybody is gonna have the time and or patience for that. So you can also buy apparel like wigs, packaged outfits, and things of that nature, like props and stuff, as well for costumes. I've seen quite a bit, like I've seen a lot of mixes too, where like, oh, maybe somebody like makes the actual like say dress or shirt, but then like the accessories they just like buy, because again, dang, some of those like weapons and stuff like that, that's crazy. Mad respect.
3D printing, yeah.
Yes, that has become a big thing. But yeah, because of the difficulty of replicating some detail and materials, cosplayers will educate themselves in crafting specialties like textiles, sculpture, face paint, fiberglass, fashion design, woodworking, and other uses of materials in efforts to render the look and texture of a costume accurately. Even like, say you're doing like a pirate cosplay or something, you want something to look very weathered. Even like trying to manipulate the fabric for that look, like that in itself is um something remarkable. That it's the littlest details, right?
Yeah.
People will do a lot to look more like the characters they're portraying. Cosplayers might engage in various forms of body modification. So we have like contact lenses, so like either colored ones, or they even make ones that give you more of like that anime or cartoonish look. There's body paint, temporary tattoos, body markers, hair dye, wigs, makeup, you name it. There's a lot. Some anime and video game characters have weapons, like we were talking about, or accessories that are hard to replicate. There's even conventions have strict rules regarding weapons too. I, for one, have never read through the rules, and I will make that known because I have never made a weapon for a cosplay. So yeah, I don't know the rules like the back of my hand, but there are some strict guidelines and stuff for weapons if you're going into a convention center. Most cosplayers engage in a combination of methods, like I said before. Um, some people might actually, like, you can commission stuff too. Like, you can find people that what they do is make that.
Yeah.
So they'll commission like a prop or sew their own clothing. They'll buy character jewelry. Or like buy something from an accessory manufacturer. Buy a pair of like just off the rack shoes and like paint them, or just anything of that nature. There's, I feel like, a lot of freedom. There is no right or wrong way. There's a lot of freedom with it, you know?
Yeah.
Then you have the presentation of it all. Cosplay may be presented in a number of ways and places. A subset of cosplay culture centered around sex appeal. We're getting into it now.
Yeah.
With cosplayers specifically choosing characters known for their attractiveness or revealing costumes. This can be touchy with the community. I would just like to say right off the bat, do not touch people without their consent.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Very important.
Harassment is such a huge issue with like cosplay. In fact, Cosplay is Not Consent is a movement that started in 2013, and to bring attention to the issue of sexual harassment in conventions attending the cosplay community. Harassment of cosplayers include photography without permission. Yeah, don't take pictures of people without their permission. If you think their cosplay is cool, 9 out of 10 times, they'll probably say it's okay to take their picture, but you never know. Don't be a stalker or creepy and don't take their picture without their consent. There's also verbal abuse, touching, and groping. Again, harassment is a no-no. Harassment is not limited to women either. Granted, it definitely does happen to women a lot. But it is not just limited to women in this space either. Males cosplayers also have been the targets for being bullied or not fitting certain costumes and characters, which we'll get into even more when we talk about gender bending. Traditional mainstream news, like the Los Angeles Times, even reported on this topic, bringing awareness of sexual harassment to those outside of the cosplay community. So that's how you know when it's really bad, right?
Yeah. When it hits mainstream news, you know there's been something big happening. And it's usually not good.
Mm-hmm. Revealing so okay, like Sero brought up earlier with the whole like naked thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of going off of that, revealing costumes can be a sensitive issue while appearing in public. Some will say, or of the mindset of, it can be inappropriate to a family-friendly environment or something of a similar nature. There's also some who will say it's degrading to women. There's also slut shaming. But that in general, I feel like is not even just to cosplay. That is like just huge
everything
in general. Yeah. Now, those gender issues I was talking about. Portraying a character of the opposite sex is called cross. The particular
particular.
Cosplay and cross-dress stems in part from the abundance in manga of male characters with delicate and somewhat androgynous features. Male to female cosplayers may experience issues when trying to portray a female character because it is hard to maintain the sexualized femininity of a character. Male cosplayers are also subjected to discrimination, including homophobic comments and being touched without permission. Now, and then you could say the same for like females who dress up as males, of like not having like, because obviously the male characters are probably going to be more masculine, so that whole like female not being feminine enough, that's also a thing too. So we also have
I don't know if you mentioned this later, but I've seen a lot of female cosplayers talk about how they specifically dress as male characters to feel more comfortable in like the convention space because they don't get harassed as much when they
I do not talk about that, but that is a very good point.
Yeah. Just something else to add to your discussion about sexuality and cosplay and consensuality.
I do go into a whole thing about mental health.
Oh, yeah.
That's in the fashion section, mental health.
Because
that's what I had a focus on mental health and fashion when I studied design, so I'm excited for that. Okay. Ethnicity issues. Gets all perky. Cosplayers, so, okay. Real quick. I myself, obviously, I like cosplay. I'm not as involved in the cosplay community or fandom as, but I didn't really think of this next part as that big of an issue. So I don't actually know how big of an issue this is, but it is definitely something worth bringing up. Ethnicity. Cosplayers of different skin tone than the character they are often like portraying. They can be, people have been ridiculed for not being accurate or faithful to the character. Many cosplayers feel as if anyone can cosplay any character, which that's me. But it becomes complicated when cosplayers are not respectful of the character's ethnicity. For example, blackface is a no-no. Brown face is a no-no.
Yeah.
Yellow face is a no-no.
You can wear the costume, guys, without making yourself blackface. It's pretty easy to wear someone's clothes.
Yeah. but it seems to still be a controversial topic in the cosplay community. Some see this issue as a separate issue from the community, just like an issue all on its own, while others simply just accept it as like an acceptable thing to do because it's for the cosplay. Again, that's a no-no. Or you do it out of spite. Oh, dang! Imagine. But, yeah, so that I knew of this being an issue, but I didn't realize it was, like, such a big issue. Um, but oh, whoopsies. Okay, so then versus now. I promise we'll be I'm my mainstream 2000s is a long one, so bear with me here. Um, then versus now, back in the day, cosplayers really. So this is just like real quick. This is the then versus now section. It's just a what's the word? Collection of thoughts that I read from numerous people on different forums to compare how cosplay back then versus now might be viewed.
Okay.
So a lot of what I have here is just like a collection of what multiple people have said. Back in the day, cosplayers really worked on making their costumes and accessories, and going to conventions was the place to be, with people who shared your hobbies and interests. Versus now, some costumes are higher quality and the expectations are higher. It's become a trend more for like cosplaying just for clout or money. Another one, early 2000 items were more expensive and it was harder to source good quality materials for DIY projects. While everything is now more readily available, but for cheaper and more like mid to low quality. The creativity back in the day, the DIY is seen to be like super solid. That seems to be the consensus, where versus now it's not so great. Conventions and cosplay also are kind of viewed to be either more expensive now, more saturated, so things of that nature. Okay. Now, what we've all been waiting for, we're getting back into the convention side of things.
Ooh.
Woo! So, the most popular form of presenting a cosplay publicly is by wearing it to a convention! A fan convention! Multiple conventions dedicated to anime, manga, comics, TV shows, video games, science fiction, and fantasy may be found all over the world. The first Cosplay World Summit in 2003, was held in Japan. The international competition brought together cosplayers from around the globe to compete and celebrate their shared passions. The event has grown significantly and over the years. By 2023, the World Cosplay Summit included participants from over 40 countries. Even though it started in 2003, it wasn't until 2005 that the World Cosplay Championship began, which we'll also get into, like competitions.
Yes. Masquerade.
So,
Comps.
yes. There's also, which I feel like I should have known this, but I didn't know this. So like, you have your game conventions, your anime conventions, comic conventions and stuff. There's cosplay conventions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, like, I guess I never really thought about, which is kind of cool. The single largest event featuring cosplay is the semi-annual Daojinshi Market, uh,
Doujinshi?
comic market.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Comiket, held in Japan during summer and winter. It attracts hundreds of thousands of manga and anime fans, where thousands of cosplayers congregate on the roof of the exhibition center. And then in North America, we have the highest attended fan conventions featuring cosplayers. In San Diego Comic-Con and the New York Comic-Con held in the United States. There's also the anime-specific ones like Anime North in Toronto. OtakaCon held in DC, and Anime Expo in LA. I love Anime Expo so much. I haven't been back since 2016 and I really want to go. Love that. Europe's largest is the Japan Expo held in Paris, while the London MCM Expo and the London Super Comic Convention are also the most notable in the UK. You also have Supernova Pop Culture Expo in Australia. Some conventions have, which for some reason I knew this but didn't at the same time. Like, I've seen this, but it just didn't click in my head until I read this. But some conventions have a thematic area where cosplayers can take photos in an environment that follows the game or animation product from which they're taken. Sometimes the cosplayers are part of the area playing the role of staff with the tasks of entering the other visitors. Sharing of cosplays on social media expanded the community even more, which we'll be going back to that singular thing multiple times. Internet, social media. As a result, cosplayers gained thousands to millions of followers, making them famous mostly through Instagram and YouTube. Yup. And then around the 2010s era, again, YouTube, Instagram still, but in the 2010s, convention masquerade competitions flooded with participants. So, large and more detailed and complex costumes. We got lighting, audio effects, 3D printing, that was mentioned earlier, etc. There's also mainstream media that flocks to cons to document and showcase cosplay and conventions. And we get into cosplay reality shows. Oh, the 2000s and their reality shows. Oh boy. But before that, cosplay has become more inclusive in recent years, with cosplayers of all ages, genders, backgrounds participating in events and conventions. Cosplay has become a way for people to express themselves and their creativity to connect with others who share their interests. So, competitions. I just realized I wanted to write more but did not. The competitions. Contestants present their cosplay and often to be judged for an award. The cosplay must be self-made. Pause there. I have heard that, like, obviously, if you didn't make everything yourself, say, like, someone made something specifically for you, when you're asked about it, you're just open and honest. Like, so-and-so did this. Or this company, because some reason you're doing a collab with someone, like, did this, okay? Unpause. The contestants may choose to perform a skit, which may consist of short performed script or dance with optional accompanying audio, video, or images shown on a screen overhead. That doesn't happen at all cosplay competitions, by the way. That's just... I actually have not been to a cosplay competition or knew much about them beforehand, but from what it seemed like, at least like the script part, that happens more so at anime conventions. I could be wrong, but that's just kind of what I gather. But not all conventions do that, but some do. Also, I feel like when you're signing up for a convention, they have it, like, the guidelines there. Anyway, our contestants may simply choose to pose as their characters. So that's a big one. Hello! Hydrate.
Oh, ew. Hydrate, dihydrate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have water.
Woo! Contestants may... Okay, this one is also, like... I don't know. I saw someone with a popular presence saying that this next part, if it's done at competitions, then they tend to be not as great competitions. I don't know. Again, I am not a part of this scene.
Yeah.
But
you're learning from those who are in it, so with a grain of salt, guys. Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, and like also everyone's gonna have their own preferences as well. So what someone might think as being like, oh, it doesn't compare to like a real competition or stuff like that. Like that's I feel like preference as well. Anyway, contestants may be interviewed on stage by like the master of ceremonies, so like the person kind of doing the host and stuff. The audience is given a chance to take photos of the cosplayers. Many cosplayers compete solo or in groups. Awards are presented, and these awards may vary greatly. Generally, there is a Best Cosplay Award, a Best Group Award, runner-up prizes. Other awards that may be given are like Best Skit, and a number of cosplay skill subcategories such as like Master Tailor, Master Weapon Maker, Master Armor, and so forth. Now, the criteria for said competitions usually are accuracy, craftsmanship, presentation, and audience impact. So accuracy, resemblance to the original character in terms of appearance. So things like makeup, costume, props, styling, hair color, things like that.
Yeah.
Craftsmanship, the quality and details of costumes and props, how well it was made, the movability and function of the costume, quality of materials, level of detail, the percentage of the costume that was handmade. Because again, like I said, it doesn't all have to be handmade. Like you can use other things. You just have to be honest about it. And then technique. Presentation. Likeliness in terms of the character's portrayal and performance. So like the acting, the posing, the movements, maybe talking with iconic phrases or tones of the character, facial expressions, interaction with other characters, faithfulness to the story, things like that. And then audience impact is the stage presence and connection with the audience. Eye contact, making full usage of the stage space, engaging with the audience. Now, with all that, and with listening to other people who have done competitions for a while, it reminds me of, like, fashion competitions.
Yeah.
So about, now again, take this with a grain of salt, but so with these competitions, you have prejudging, which again, similar with fashion, prejudging, where you're showing the judges your cosplay before the actual show. And during that time, the judges will take a closer look at, like, the details, or, like, for example, sewing, because I know what I'm talking about with this a bit more. They might lift up, like, say, pant bottoms or dress bottoms to look at the seam closer, straighter seams, if the hems were finished. They'll take into consideration things like hot glue and other things like that. They take a closer look, like, they really look at the craftsmanship of everything, okay? And from what it sounded like, a big portion of who wins these gets decided in the prejudging. It's about like an 80% to 90% idea that the judges will already have in their minds by the time we get to the actual show and the show itself starts. That, I feel like, is exactly, like, at least with my experience with fashion, the fashion show that I did,
Yeah.
that is basically how it was.
How it
like,
went.
my whole collection got, like, analyzed in great detail earlier in the day by the judges, and by the time the actual show happened, they already had an idea. So, yes. I wrote in here how fashion shows work. Now, also, there will be industry guests, like actors and stuff, who don't necessarily know or understand, like, say, the sewing and craftsmanship and stuff behind this sort of thing. Like, for example, other cosplayers do. So some of the big cosplayers right now, or veteran cosplayers, are judges or have been judges for, like, the really, really big time competitions. They're people that understand what goes into it. They understand the expectations and everything. It sounds like back more in the early 2000s versus now, there were more industry guests than actors and stuff who wouldn't necessarily know as much, compared to the kind of judges that can be seen now for it. So, had to throw that in there because that definitely, I feel like, makes a big difference when it comes to judging.
Yeah.
In competitions. Oh, some of those veterans and or very popular people in the space. Some of these people I knew about, some of them I did not know about, and let me just say, I definitely have a favorite. Like, I definitely have a couple favorites on this list. One of the biggest female cosplayers in the industry, Yaya Han from the US. She is a costume designer, cosplay entertainer, and author based in Atlanta, Georgia, as well as a judge. She's a regular judge at cosplay competitions. She discovered cosplay at Anime Expo in 1999 as a young fan with no prior skill in sewing or crafting. However, always being an artistic person, she eventually, with pen and ink illustrations, she quickly absorbed the heart and soul of costume making. Completely self-taught, mostly due to lack of funds and resources. Yaya started sewing with a used $40 sewing machine and a thrift store sewing book. Holy crap, a $40 sewing machine.
That's crazy.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Over the years, her intricate and lavish creations. Oh, you can click on the link, by the way, for her page. My bad.
Okay.
I forgot. Over the year, Yaya's intricate and lavish creations have won awards and acclaim nationwide. She has become one of the most well-known cosplayers in the world. Not only has she been a programming guest at more than 300 conventions worldwide, she has also made numerous TV appearances, worked with some of the biggest companies in the world, designed a myriad of products for mass retail, which I'll also get into a little bit later because holy crap, I love her. Oh my god. She has done a lot. She has done a lot for the sewing community. Let me just tell you that. And she also wrote her first book.
She's Freeman.
Oh, yeah. She has also wrote her first book about the modern cosplay culture, which I think just recently came out. Let me see. Okay, it was a couple years ago. So she had okay, yeah, so her book about like cosplay culture and stuff that came out in 2020, so a few years ago. And she really gets into it. She really gets into it. I have not read the book. I did not know of its existence, but I have heard a lot about it, and she really gets into it. With like the rise of the cosplay community and like her involvement and stuff like that. So, yeah, she is one of the biggest faces of the cosplay community for sure. Just like this next person, Jessica Nigiri.
Oh, I've heard that one. I've heard that one.
I feel like if you ask somebody who, or at least from what I've seen online, if you ask who like the most famous cosplayer in the world is, it goes back and forth between Jessica and Yaya. So
okay, some of these pictures might be a little too racy for Twitch.
Yeah.
I'd be finding like a okay one. Oh, this one's okay.
Jessica is an American New Zealand cosplayer, promotional and glamour model, YouTuber, voice actress, and fan convention interview correspondent. She has been cosplaying since 2009 and modeling since 2012, having served as an official spokesmodel for several video games and comic book series, including Lollipop Chainsaw and Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. She is also a noted. She is also notable for her voice work as Cinder Falls in Ruby, which I had no idea that she voiced a character in Ruby. So that was news to me. Yes, these two women are like some of the biggest names in the cosplay world. There are other notable women like, oh god, a German duo.
Oh, yeah.
A German duo. Uh,
Kamui? Kamui?
Kamui Cosplay, a German duo who does lots of tutorials, crafting
What a
patterns, and
dog!
books. Their names are uh 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 Sevitala and
Svetlana and Benny.
thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. The funny thing is I heard a lot of these names
Oh, you guys are lucky seeing my dog. Sorry, guys.
before. Oh, ha! I heard a lot of these names like earlier in the day when I was kind of watching this reality cosplay show that I'll get into later. I don't remember their names coming up. I don't remember. But like some of these names that are on this list, I know were brought up, and I'm still like, what was that? How do you say that again? Even though it was like over and over again. We also have Riki, uh, who is from Canada. Very, very, very popular veteran, in the cosplay scene. One of the girls who is in the show that I'll be talking about later. And then I'm gonna be so for real with you. I do not know how to say this next name.
All right, let me get to the doc. Let me get to the doc. Alodia.
From the Philippines.
Alodia. Imbo.
Oh, you're not even gonna try the old last name, the maiden name.
What was? Let me see. Philippines. This is Go Sieng Fiao or Fao Fiao.
I will say that is definitely the last name that she's probably more correlated with because she only got married a couple years ago with the new name change. So
okay.
that is why I was like,
Go Sing Fao.
Yeah,
I'm assuming.
Oh,
Lila disappeared again. It's alright, we're looking at cosplay. It's fine. She doesn't post a lot of cosplay on her Instagram.
From the Philippines. When we get to the men...
Alodia Art, maybe. Nope, never mind. She makes jewelry, guys.
When we get to the men, I feel like some of their Instagrams... Like, obviously, some of these people... Their Instagram is just a portfolio, but some of them have a lot of heavy life stuff on there as well. So... But yes. Actually, there's quite a few, like, really popular Filipino cosplayers that I was like, oh, that's so funny. I love that. That's so cool. But yeah, she's a huge name in the Filipino cosplay scene. Then we have from South Africa, Kayla Barter, known as... I know this. Kimpatsu Cosplay. Which... Oh, that's really cool. I'm looking at the...
Yeah, the stream.
I'm looking at the thing. Yeah. Also a really big name in the cosplay scene. I love that there's so many different, like, countries, you know? And then, we also have Stella Chu, who I've saw Stella's name pop up a lot everywhere from the US. Definitely a lot of cosplays. And we have Let me know if I'm going.
Oh yeah,
through it
this
too
is
fast.
this is the one that did the did cosplay with BB No Money.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen this
I
girl
love
in
that.
his videos. She's helped him do a bunch of cosplays.
I didn't realize. I love him. He's so funny. Then there's also Linda Lee, known as
You guys
Vampy
are just
Bite
gonna
Me,
have
who
to
does a lot
just
of.
be flashbanged by the doc because I gotta go back and look at all. Oh, she doesn't have a lot of
Vampy
cosplay
Bite
on her
Me is
either.
a
Oh, there's one.
big vampire cosplayer.
Oh, look at the picture I put on screen.
Love that.
Some of them are wearing like full on masks.
It's
Cool.
so small for me on the screen. Okay, there we go.
That's it.
There you go. No, you're good. We also have Liz Katz, also from the US, who seems to be a really popular one as well.
Saucy. Leaving the page.
Yes. Some of these women are definitely more open with their bodies than others. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
more.
we're staying on this one, guys.
Yeah. Yep. Then we have Meg Turney, who is like a
this
Twitch
is
streamer,
sick.
cosplayer, and model. Yeah. Really cool. I love some of these. And then for the last of the women, we have Allison Tabitha, I think is how you say her name.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other popular like women I just did not add to this list because holy crap, there's a One Piece cosplay! Sorry. There's a lot of other women that are super, super popular in this scene or have been in the industry for a really long time, but that is just an extensive list, man. Extensive. And then, of course, we have some of the guys.
Sorry for the flash.
So, we have Leon Ciro from Italy. I love his bio because it says professional shapeshifter. But he is a cosplayer, pro wrestler, and cosplay judge.
I mean,
The
he
majority
is
of his cosplay. I know this. Like, if you look at his stuff, holy cow! The majority of his cosplays originate from popular anime and video games. His first cosplay was. Oh man, I feel like I'm gonna get so much flack for not saying this right. A very popular Final Fantasy character. All of his cosplays are handmade and known worldwide. He is a major competitor in the European cosplay contest and has won numerous cosplay competitions.
Tidus, the Final Fantasy character.
Yes. Well known for conventions in Italy and Europe. In 2013, he started to travel around the world, and he was invited as a special guest to a ton of different cons around the world in various countries like the US, Spain, Brazil, and more. Just a couple others real quick. I really wanted to talk about these next couple. Chris Villain, Haken, or God, that double K. Haken. And then the couple Hana and Bazoi. So Chris Villain US cosplayer, YouTube drag artist, and vocalist, has really great gender bent cosplays. Holy crap. Like, his Harley Quinn one is amazing. And then Hakan is from Malaysia. Probably totally mispronouncing that. A renowned gender fluid Malaysian cosplayer and model. We also have Hana and Baozi.
Yeah.
Baozi.
Yeah, Bowsy.
And they are a cosplay couple. Like, they're actually like in a relationship, but also cosplay buddies, and they've been doing it for so long too. They're from China. They've been doing this for years. I don't have it written down, but I do remember briefly looking at their bio. One of them is like a really great makeup artist, and I think the other one's really good with like stage props and stuff like that. But oh my god, they are adorable and I adore it. Like, I did not know about them before, but now that they're in my life, I love it so much.
Oh, they did Orin High School Host Club.
I love them even more now. My heart. Oh my god. The mama and papa of the freaking club. Yes. Dude, I ship it so hard. I ship them. But yeah, I also liked that some of these, like, that there are that some of the really popular male cosplayers are also like really well known for their gender fluid and gender bent cosplays. Like I said, um, there's a guy from Finland, Elfie cosplay. His stuff looks really cool. And then
Him and his wife are
there's
cosplays. There's
I like that. We have
Prince.
Lorenzi. Ewood, who um also has a website for like tutorials and stuff of that nature, like tutorials and making things and stuff. And his
Yeah, he makes
okay, he
patterns.
looks good. I'm just gonna say it. He looks good.
Yeah, he makes sewing patterns for you to make your own costumes.
Yeah, I love it. I love that people do that. But he looks good. Also from the US. And then uh he has a lot of My Hero
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah, he does.
Then we have Yoshi Sudaraso, who was actually born in Indonesia and when he was a kid moved to America. He's an actor, model, and stuntman, and developed a fan base through social media by creating YouTube videos, doing fashion blogging, and cosplay. So I thought that was really cool. So I feel like for some of these guys, like Yoshi, and then the next person that I'm going to talk about, Anthony, and then like even like say Chris Villain, um, they obviously like cosplay isn't their main stick.
Yeah.
They're well known for a lot of really great cosplays, but they also are famous in other areas, like with this guy, actor, model, and stuntman. So if you take a look at his Instagram, you're gonna see a lot of other stuff too.
Yeah.
Just like the
I'm
person,
scrolling to try to find some cosplay.
you might actually have to Google it. I was kind of thinking about that. Him and this next person, we might actually have to Google the cosplays that they're well known for, because I don't think it's actually on their Instagrams.
Hi, Ludo.
Or they're really far. Hi. We're talking about the history of cosplay for my birthday. while Sero looks for a picture of that, the next person is Anthony Misiano from the US, New York City-based actor and photographer. First got into cosplay in 2012 with the Joker for San Diego Comic-Con. Due to the overwhelming popularity of his portrayal of Joker, he strictly cosplays as Batman's nemesis. So I thought that was funny. He actually popped up when I did multiple searches of best male cosplayers or like most well-known male cosplayers and stuff. And when his name popped up, I thought there was gonna be a lot more cosplays, but there wasn't.
Oh, I see.
It's just he did a really good job with the Joker.
Yeah, I see the Joker.
He just
I'll put this one.
Tiny sleepy celebratory cat. Oh, I love it. I love it. So yeah, those are just some of the few big names. What I've been teasing everyone with this whole time, cosplay reality shows. Dude, what is with the US and reality shows?
I don't know, man.
And it's not even just the US anymore. Like, I know a lot of other countries have reality shows too, but like, when we get into the Y2K episode, reality shows.
There he is. There we go.
Oh my god. Everywhere.
Joker.
Everywhere. You found the Joker picture? Yeah, he's just really well known for his Joker.
You know.
I'm currently licking cold foam off of my cup. I'm sorry.
Okay, Lila.
That was really good. Okay. Anyway. 2013. Remember Yaya, how we were talking about her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was really trying to get a cosplay show off the ground running, right? And unfortunately, this is the product we got, which is not even her fault either because production was trashy. There are other choice words I would like to say that I cannot say right now, but they were not great humans. So, 2013, I think, is when this came out. Heroes of Cosplay. Basically, it's a dumb early 2000s reality show that producers wanted to be the next Housewives on steroids with the cosplay community. So, the show itself, even though it was about like cosplay and cosplay competitions, didn't really explain how those things worked. And here's the kicker. Typically with shows like these, like for example, Project Runway, they have, or like, when did RuPaul's Drag Race come out?
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s? So like shows like that, where they host their own competitions, you know?
Yeah.
This show did not do that. No, they traveled and had everyone travel to actual conventions and actual contests. So these people were competing with people who had nothing to do with the show. The show itself was a hot mess. It is very much not liked within the community. It's really awkward, like, watching it, and then it's like someone you don't know
Yeah.
wins or multiple people you don't know, these random strangers are just winning, and then like the other people are not. In season 1, a big thing that happened was Riki, the lady I mentioned earlier, did some sketch stuff. There was a fat shaming thing that kind of happened, but you find out like it was taken out of context, of course. Like it's a reality TV show that wanted housewife drama, right?
Yeah.
But the crazier thing is that it wasn't Riki that got the heat for it. It was Yaya, and Yaya didn't even say the comment.
Of course.
That was crazy. And Yaya got like canceled on Twitter too for like weeks, and like was under contract and couldn't even like say anything because like the production made it kind of look like, you know, she said things that she didn't actually say. God, I feel bad for people who did the show. And then the one man who did it season 1, the competition, barely got any screen time. Poor guy. Anyway, didn't really teach anything about cosplay or the rules or anything. It was basically all about boobs and money. The amount of times they talked about boobs on this show, I don't even know, man. Like So, fun fact that I learned from an interview that Yaya did way later. Or maybe it wasn't Yaya. I forgot. There were multiple people that got interviewed. Someone from the show that did the show in an interview mentioned that the show lied to like everyone basically. So when they would go to these like other competitions in conventions and stuff, the show producers would tell like the other people, like the people who didn't sign up for it, like the public, that they were recording a docu-series, like a document. But, like, it's not a documentary at all. It is a reality TV show competition. It's not a documentary. So yeah, production, and when you look at who the, like, I think head producer was, he's done other kind of shady
stuff.
drama intensive reality shows. So also found out season 2, they couldn't even call a season 2. It was season 1.5, because if they did season 2, they'd have to go through and redo everybody's contracts and probably have to pay them more. So that was shady too. Main thing, even though it was like the first reality TV show of cosplay and really kind of did help push it out into the mainstream, it like horrible show, didn't really do much to help the community. So 27, and there's a lot of shows that have happened that are now, but the same network in 2017 tried again with Cosplay Melee, which had a much better positive reception. Still some stuff people did not like. Things like okay, here we go. Most people thought it was way too rushed. It followed a 1-week 4-contestant format. Most episodes only focused on like armor builds, when contestants would come out like at the end with like more than that. You have prosthetics, sewing, wigs, makeup, everything. Many viewers preferred a season-long competition format, which just, it doesn't sound like that's what they got. Most cosplayers and prop builders know that a lot of time goes into making something, and they only got 3 days to build props and costumes in a 1-hour show. So, yeah, again, like, a lot of things got edited out. Also, there were people who were not happy with, I guess they had a first round elimination, which that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that does suck.
But it did have a, yeah. Sci-fi. I think that's what the network was for both of these. But again, this one did have better reception. It was praised for focusing on the artistry, engineering, and craftsmanship of the costumes and the process, acting more as like a passion project that highlighted the talent rather than like manufactured drama like Heroes of Cosplay was. Cosplay Melee put the cosplayers' raw talents front and center. It films the actual creation of cosplays. It didn't have like as much manufactured drama because it was like the reality show was it had this tension of like time. So like I said, a 3-day like time span. So they had the tension of time and getting things fully built and done. That was kind of like the center of the drama instead of contestants like being pinned against each other and fighting with each other and stuff. So, and I did have not seen this, but in March 6, 2021, there was Alter Egos, which I guess a lot of people really liked. It's a 6-part actual documentary series. Again, yeah. On their website, like the website for Alter Egos, quote, an electric group of cosplayers travel to conventions around the world to share their knowledge and experience with others while exploring their own origin stories. So I'm gonna quote IMDb now. Basically, into a vibrant high-stakes world of cosplay and alter egos, a 6-part docu-series that follows some of the biggest names in cosplay community. Kamiui Cosplay, I think that was the duo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Joshua, Gerard, Yaya, Han, Adam, Savage, and Beverly Dallin, as they travel to conventions across the globe, from the roar of the crowd on the con floor to the quiet, painstaking hours in the workshop. The series captures every triumph, struggle, and joyous breakthrough in real time. Watch these creators push the limits of their craft, transform raw materials into jaw-dropping costumes, and wrestle within the creative, personal, and professional challenges of turning a passion into art. Now, despite the Heroes cosplay reality show being kind of crappy, in 2016, thanks to that, Yaya was able to come out with a bunch of stuff. So she did like this kind of like partnership with McCall Patterns and with Joanne and other craft stores where they endorsed her own patterns. Again, McCall Patterns endorsed her own fabrics and even like started offering like foam and other specifically marketed craft materials for cosplayers and fans. Dude, when I found out that she had her own McCall patterns, I was like, oh my god, that is crazy. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about if it's the same person from Mythbusters. I don't know. I could see it though. For sure. But yeah, cosplay has become a professional job. Franchises are using cosplay models to promote games, anime, and manga. including food, beverages, and fashion stores. Like how influencers get paid to promote certain products, cosplayers will get paid to promote products as well. Cosplay merged with advertising to attract younger audience, and cosplay models are also known as cosplay idols, and cosplay costumes for anime, manga, or video game companies. Even with like the Heroes cosplay reality show, there were like even during that, it followed some of the cosplayers, and some of them even within that were working with like you got to kind of see off to the side that they were like having meetings or working with like other video game companies and stuff. So that's kind of cool, like that can lead to that.
Yeah, cosplay can
Okay.
lead to a lot, man.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people grow like businesses out of cosplay.
Mm-hmm. Which let me tell you, back then, making your own clothes and stuff, expensive or not expensive, not expensive. Today, material costs an arm and a leg. Much worse for cosplay. The cost of stuff is insane. I feel like that didn't really have anything to do with what we just talked about, but I just thought of it.
You know, I get you.
Also, fun fact, kind of what we just talked about. Uh Professional like cosplayers and stuff too. They'll do like partnerships and ads and stuff for not just like video game franchises and stuff like that, but like craft or sewing themed companies as well. Or there's even whole companies that are just based off of making, say, like cosplay props or cosplay outfits and stuff. And they'll do like partnerships and deals and like advertisements. Like, for example, someone might wear a jacket that was made by a company specifically for like cosplaying a certain character,
Mm-hmm.
and they would give that company credit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Okay. Like, there's a reason for the first major invention of the Industrial Revolution was an automated loom. Fabric's actually crazy tough to make for how much we need it. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. I love that response
Did I
too.
tell you? Did I tell you that I got to make silk? Like the process, like
when you went on
full
your trip.
process. No, actually, it was at school. Turned the textile lab into a
Oh,
old-fashioned silk making thing.
interesting. I did not know that. I thought you did that
That
during your trip, but maybe you were like,
no.
maybe you were just telling me about it around that time.
Well, the silkworms themselves,
Hmm.
I know they'll eat as like a snack, a street snack in like Korea and stuff. China, Korea.
Oh, maybe that was what you were talking about.
And that might, because there was extra credit if you ate one of them, you'd get extra credit. And I was like, no, it's not worth it to me. No. Nope! Is not eating a silk larva. No, thank you. God, and the smell of it. Oh, okay. Yep. Nope. Anyway, now we're gonna talk about that was all the cosplay goes mainstream. Now we're gonna get into cosplay photography and influence on fashion, because it is not a Lila topic without fashion.
True.
Also, I found out, like, some of these articles went well into, like, some big stuff about photography that I just could not follow at all.
That's okay.
So, okay. Again, the 2010s saw a surge in cosplay photography, with talented photographers capturing the artistic and creativity of cosplay scenes. Social media platforms like Instagram and Facebook allowed all levels of cosplayers to share their work and their experiences at conventions with a limitless audience. So cosplay photography not only looks cool, but can be a way for cosplayers to capture their costume and their character they worked so hard on creating. It can be a fun and memorable experience. Uh, the shift can focus from merely documenting a costume to creating a believable, immersive world for the viewer. The like subcategory for this would be portrait photography, basically. Same as like fashion photography.
Yeah.
Cosplay has transformed portrait photography into a specialized narrative driven art form that blends high fashion techniques with dramatic storytelling. So we have different types of this. We have like convention, floor, and event coverage. We have like hallway shots. We have like the more of the fashion and portrait shoots, as well as more of the cinematic narrative, like storytelling shoots. Okay. So for the convention, it kind of sounds like what it is, convention floor event coverage. It's pretty common. This is more at like, again, conventions, emphasis on capturing the event rather than a specific cosplayer, and it gives a sense of what it's like be there. So typically, it could just be somebody taking pictures of like um the event going on its own, like as itself. Or like there'll be sometimes photographers who uh like to take pictures, might come up to someone in the middle of the convention hall, ask to take their picture real quick. And with that, usually it's uh really quick and you'll like never see that person again. And it could be a person with like an amateur skill level or somebody with a really high skill level. Yeah. So, we also have like the famous hallway shots. Those are also pretty common. The photographer comes across a cool cosplay, just walking in the hall, you're like, oh, hey, that's a cool cosplay. And, documents it with a quick snapshot. The resulting photos are often fun, spontaneous, and reflect the excitement of the event. Sometimes you do have to like move off to the side into like a hallway. The backdrop's typically just a plain wall. A good hallway shot can be difficult. Convention halls are typically lit with dim fluorescent lights that cause unflattering shadows. So, and it's more of like a quick on your feet picture, right?
Yeah.
Both of these are. Now, the fashion photo shoots, or the portrait shoots and the cinematic shoots. We're gonna have like a studio version, an on location version, and more of an off site version. So, with these, on location is when the photographer and cosplayer have scouted a location, scheduled a shoot ahead of time. There's a lot of planning that goes into it. The shoots are like a business deal kind of things. Usually, like with a good photographer, you're going to want like a contract of some sort. You'll have to pay for services, things of that nature. Or it could be like a personal project for the photographer, depending. But, if you're not sure, if you're a cosplayer and not sure about a photographer, for their credentials and references, and view prior work before signing anything. We have offsite, so areas that have less like convention traffic or more interesting backgrounds. These are often held in like green spaces around an event or venue or public property and landmarks. So for example, at a convention, and you or like the photographer and cosplayer just like walk a little bit off of the convention lot into like a more park area. That's what kind of thing this is. Then we have the studio, often considered to be the golden standard, held in a private studio where there's climate control. You don't have to account for weather. Most comfortable shoots have more resources for preparation and rest between poses. I really need to dust off my and take photos again. Oh! Oh! Akamo does photography. I love that. Okay, so yeah, for the fashion portfolio, gosh, the portrait shoots. This is the style we associate with fashion magazines. So portrait shoots, the emphasis is squarely on the cosplayer to capture them as the character in the most flattering way. Requires more preparation and planning, sometimes months in advance. The photographer may scout and research a location, matching the source material settings. Props might be sourced to embellish the set, maintain supervision of disbelief. The photographer also has to carefully avoid out-of-place elements like cars and passerbyers, which typically gets removed in like post-production, which these sorts of shoots require a lot of post-processing and editing. Kind of similar with the narrative and cinematic shoots. This is more of a very beautiful style where the emphasis is on the screen or the narrative rather than the person. So like the portrait shoots, a significant amount of pre- and post-production work may be required. Its focus is on the overall scene. The cosplayer may be a less prominent part in the image, but nevertheless play a key role in the composition. It's like a narrative style that may form a chronological sequence to tell a story, like a storyboard or a film. A narrative style photo shoot also resembles like stills from a movie. So, cosplay photography versus regular photography, some similarities. The basic principles of like lighting, facial expressions, posing still apply. Similar to fashion photography, portrait style photos of people can be up close and personal. Again, if you're getting up close and personal with someone, always have consent. Don't go touching someone without their consent. Some differences. Obviously, the costumes can be more exotic and eccentric. You have to adjust accordingly for like bright colors, large wigs, props, things of that nature. Cosplay usually involves fictional characters in a fictional world, so photo editing can vary greatly. I did not understand a word of the photographer who did a ton of photos for a Star Wars theme photo shoot. It all went over my head, but lighting and post-production or post-processing and editing were like major things that were talked about during that. Seems like lighting The one thing I have learned, even though I don't understand much about photography, the one thing that seemed to be pretty consistent was
The
lighting
lighting.
is a very, very, very important. And specifically for cosplay photography, lighting and what's it called? Like like the emotion, like facials and stuff.
Yeah.
That's so lighting and like that facials and stuff are like very, very, very important for this kind of photography. So the purpose, storytelling, creativity, needs to be enough emotion, information for the viewers to feel. Capture an emotion, movement to describe a character, tell a story, what the character's thinking, things of that nature. Don't have to use expensive equipment. You can even just simply use your phone. Pictures will turn out good if you keep in mind that you use some photography techniques. Okay? You don't need expensive props or anything like that. It can still look great with amateur props. It's all about the positioning and the angles and that lighting, people. That lighting. Research is very, very, very important for this kind of photography. You're bringing the character to life. The gestures, the facial expressions, the personality can help with poses. Knowing your character can help decide the type of photos you want to take and like the background and environment you want to shoot in. Key aspects, narrative and storytelling, like I said before. Dramatic lighting and equipment. Cosplay photographers often use advanced techniques like strobe lighting, gels, and modifiers to enhance dramatic effects. Post-processing. The post-production is essential to remove real-world elements and add special effects, creating that polished look. Contextual location scouting. Again, you really want to research your locations to match that source material to ensure its authenticity. And then you have the dramatic posing and direction. Unlike standard portrait photos, this requires directing subjects into character-specific, sometimes even what you would think is impossible stances to capture the essence of the character. Usually, subjects are very appreciative, usually when you have made a creation, like a cosplay. When you get compliments or ask for your photo to be taken, more times than not, the cosplayer is going to be very happy and agree, right? But again, what we talked about earlier, do not go taking random pictures of random people at conventions. That is not okay. That is harassment. We do not do that. That is a no-no. Most cosplayers are super passionate with their cosplays, so it's easier to capture that raw emotion with the camera. It can be a lucrative field and can be difficult to monetize off of it if that's like, say, what you want your profession to be, is like a cosplay photographer. Cosplay itself is very freaking expensive. Very expensive. Even making your own. So these people, cosplayers, not all cosplayers have like endless amounts of money. I feel like the average person has a limited income to begin with, and then you're paying for all the stuff for your costumes, you're paying for merchandise, convention tickets, food, hotels, transportation, everything. So it can be hard to also pay for a photographer. Not 100% sure how true this is, but it seems like in America, which honestly I wouldn't be surprised if this is true, in America, it's not as unexpected for cosplayers to view getting their picture taken or shoots or pictures being done should be free, while other countries and cosplayers are expected to pay a significant amount of money for good photos.
Yep.
You're always gonna have entitled people everywhere. It's not just, but yeah, I could see it being a thing here, I guess. Some cosplayers who make decent enough money as like a social media influencer, or famous cosplayers that sell their cosplay photos as merchandise, which can make profit. Typically, the photographers also get a share off of that, of their sales, and get paid in that way. So it just kind of depends. For the most part, it's like a fun side hustle you do while at a convention or a hobby. You'd really have to, like, to make it like a full-blown profession, you're really gonna have to work at it. The more skilled and experienced you are, obviously, the more money you are able to charge. Overall, have fun, be confident, be respectful. Social media and the internet definitely created popularity for this. Apps like Instagram, OnlyFans, Patreon, and TikTok are popular within the photography for cosplay as well as fashion space. A couple of safety rules before we move on. Never, never leave the convention areas with a cosplay photographer you do not know alone. Never go back to a hotel room with a cosplay photographer you do not know. Stranger danger. Never be afraid to ask for cosplay photographers' credentials and references, especially if they ask you to leave the grounds. Don't just leave with just anyone. Do not let anyone touch you unless you ask them to do it. Sometimes you might need help with posing and things like that, but this goes both ways. Ask for permission. Do not just touch someone, okay? Do not work with
Lila trying to like teach children, don't touch people without their consent.
This is still such an issue. Like, yeah. Do not work with any cosplay photographer who makes you feel uncomfy. That's a no-no. Don't put yourself through that. Cosplay photography is not erratic photography. There is a difference there, people. Unless that's what you want, or that's the kind of photography you do. So again, both sides. Very clear boundaries between the cosplayer and the photographer, and make your boundaries clear. Set boundaries. You know what makes you uncomfortable. Do not be afraid to say no to something that the cosplay photographer asks you to do. And again, for both sides. And again, one more time. Always ask before taking someone's picture. It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
It is.
I'm not a photographer.
It is that hard, Lila.
I'm not a photographer, but all the pictures I have of cosplayers, I asked before taking their picture, okay? Ugh. Now we're on to fashion with Lila Onikuma. Because we love fashion here. I love fashion here. If you don't like fashion, well then tough luck. You have to sit through this because I said so. Cosplay has become an important part of popular culture and has influenced fashion and design quite a bit. This influence highlights a shift where fashion is increasingly viewed as a form of self-expression, storytelling, and fantasy, allowing for the blending of fictional, historical, and modern styles. I love this so much. The incorporation of cosplay into everyday attire also reflects the broader cultural shifts towards individualism and self-expression in fashion. So it challenges traditional norms of what is considered appropriate or conventional attire, encouraging a more fluid and dynamic approach to personal style. as individuals increasingly seek to express their uniqueness and narrative interest through clothing. Play-inspired fashion offers a way to integrate fantasy and play into the mundane, transforming of everyday dressing into an act of creative and narrative engagement. So, basically, cosplay is just another... Cosplay has influenced an even broader form of self-expression within fashion. Or maybe broader is not the word I want to use, a more direct? Cosplay has influenced self-expression in fashion. There we go. So there's a couple different ways to look at this. Okay. There's things like anime specifically that has influenced fashion, which I know I have talked about on more than one occasion.
For sure.
And then there's the cosplay, which is already a form of inspiration from things like anime and games and everything, influencing another form of art. So, certain anime series, I've definitely talked about this before, certain anime series have an even bigger part to play in impacting clothing, especially like youth. Two shoujo anime, in particular, Sailor Moon and Nana, were more influential over the styles of young teenage girls than one might expect. Let me tell you, Sailor Moon fashion, especially in the 90s and 2000s, the epitome of I want to dress like that. Okay? Even now, I'm like, I want to dress like that.
The fashion is fierce.
Yes! Crop tops, high chromatic ensembles, and preppy sweaters or waistcoats were worked into everyday wardrobe of Sailor Moon with absolute ease, like vivid imaging of the 90s comeback trends that we have been witnessing recently. In the early 2000s, the influence of Sailor Moon was kind of also influenced other shows and cartoons like Totally Spies and Winx Club.
Winx
Yes.
Club!
Both equally formative to younger girls during this time, like Zero and I. The borrowed elements of like popular Japanese animation, like you can, at least with the fashion, you can clearly see it there. But the creator of Sailor Moon, which I know I've talked about this more than once, was inspired at the time and referenced, very much so, couture fashion of the 90s and early 2000s. Like Dior. So that classic Sailor Moon dress that I know we have talked about and we have shown on stream. That beautiful white Sailor Moon dress is heavily inspired by a dress that Dior created. It is slightly different, but it is so similar, and it is beautiful, both the Dior and the Sailor Moon version. So what I think is funny is that shows like Sailor Moon influenced a fashion for young girls then, but those shows were gathering inspo from either each other or the couture fashion at the time. So, love that. Cyberpunk fashion also gained ground around this time. A little bit before, but also around this time. When Akira, the 1988 sci-fi action picture, that prefaced apocalyptic notions, basically like hit the film scene. The distinctive Akira red biker jumpsuit wasn't just one to emulate, but soon became a stylistic pivot for many streetwear fashion brands, including brands like Supreme, that still reimagine illustrations of anime onto their clothes and accessories to this day. So many brands recently, and I'm a huge One Piece fan, so I feel like I can talk about this. So many brands like Supreme and Puma have done collabs with One Piece recently. I myself have bought quite a few things. Specifically the stuff from the Puma collection. So those are different ways that, like, even though it's not direct cosplay, how things like that geek culture have influenced fashion, which is still a really big thing. And even high fashion, because some of these brands, who was it? There is a very popular designer brand that recently just did a collab with an anime, and I'm blanking what it was, but even high-end brands are doing this. The influence of high fashion is also becoming more prominent, from detailed embroidery to draped fabrics and sculpted accessories. Cosplays drawing inspiration from runway couture, especially when characters are adapted for inspiration. Wait, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, I'm rereading the same sentence over again. Restart. Influence of high fashion is becoming more prominent. Detailed embroidery to draped fabrics, sculpted accessories. Cosplay is drawing inspiration from runway couture, especially when characters are adapted for themed photo shoots or editorial style storytelling. Again, that goes into that, like, similarities with the cosplay and fashion photography. This has encouraged makers to experiment with techniques like hand beading, thermal forming, precision tailoring, and custom pattern drafting as the boundaries between costuming and fashion evolve. Cosplayers are demonstrating exceptional skill, turning each product into a wearable piece of artistry. Which, again, I have so much respect for people who make cosplay. Many participants have expressed a change. Okay, hold up. Before I get into that. So before I get into the psychological stuff, key aspects in cosplay fashion, or like fashion cosplay influence. Mainstream and streetwear, anime aesthetics such as cyberpunk have moved from conventions to daily wear, influencing fashion on TikTok and in street style, which I love streetwear. The nice thing about streetwear is there's such a huge, like, it's like a pendulum. There's such a huge pendulum swing.
Yeah.
So, the anime aesthetics, or like cyberpunk, for example, because I know we talked about like the cyberpunks a little bit ago with like the Akira movie. I definitely see that. I feel like right now, I love it. I love it. There's also method dressing, which was popularized by celebrity press tours. This trend mirrors cosplaying characters in daily life with blah 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 with consumers treating wardrobes as costume shops to build specific narratives. So, method dressing, it's a promotional strategy where actors wear clothing on the red carpet that directly reference their films, roles, or movies' themes, functioning as an extension of the character's narrative. For example, I've seen Zendaya do this a lot, okay? Zendaya with Challengers or Dune themed looks. She also, like, I can specifically just imagine one of Zendaya's red carpet looks for the Spider-Man movie. That definitely, like, I feel like she had a lot for the Spider-Man movie. Also, another example, Margaret Robbie in Barbie-inspired outfits for the Barbie movie. Angela, oh my god. Angelina Jolie for Maleficent. You see a lot of, like, the method dress for more of that promotional thing for, like, within the celebrity realm. So even, celebrities have their own version of it, okay? Their own version of cosplay. Then we have fashion collaborations, which I kind of briefly talked about already. High-end streetwear brands like Supreme and stores and brands like Uniqlo actively partner with anime franchises. Pokemon, Akira, One Piece is everywhere right now with this. Sailor Moon is another huge one, even though the series is so old now. There's a lot. And it's to create themed clothing. And fun fact, there's been a lot of makeup too. I did not write this down, but I know just from shopping. Heavy in the makeup. Just from shopping. Heavy in the makeup industry too. And then we have design and aesthetics. So cosplay brings bold, exaggerated, and theatrical elements to runway fashion, challenging traditional fashion norms, which we love that. The beautiful thing about cosplay and the beautiful thing about fashion and, like, photography, like, it's all art, okay? It's all a form of art. And, sorry, my hair got in my mouth.
You're okay. I thought you burped. I was like, girl, it's okay. Burp away.
Oh, I got in my mouth. The thing about fashion specifically is fashion is always evolving and it's always a cycle. Fashion is not a linear thing, it is a cycle. And there's a lot of subcategories within fashion itself. So being able to evolve in this way, we love to see it. And then DIY and personalizations. So, it was not a burp. I would own up if it was a burp. That was not a burp. The effort involved in creating the accurate costume influences the growing interest in customizing personal clothing and using fashion to define identity. So within this, one thing that I can't find where I put it in my notes because I jumped around. Sustainability. I feel like with DIY and personalizations, a big thing here, at least with the fashion industry, is sustainability. Sustainability was the other big thing I studied when I was in design. I know I wrote about it. It's mixed in with all this mental health stuff that I have in here. Oh boy. Well, yeah, DIY and personalizations, customizing things to your personal preference. Also, like, I feel like within this category, say not necessarily cosplaying the full outfit, but like an inspiration of that. I don't think we've really talked about it on here yet, but Disney bounding, or closet cosplay. Closet cosplay is creating a character's costumes using everyday clothing already in your wardrobe, offering a cost-effective, comfortable, and beginner-friendly alternative to traditional crafting. It's a valid form of fandom expression that often emphasizes creativity, styling, and character recognition through thematic daily wearable outfits. Using items from your own closet to emulate a character's look often results in a more casual, or if you remember the fanfic episode, a modern AU version. Alternate universe. So, for example, with that, just in case you didn't see the fanfiction episode or need a refresher, so like, say, what's a popular anime? Okay, God, we're gonna
Imagine.
I was gonna say My Hero.
I was gonna say imagine. What was I gonna say? I said imagine Goku and Piccolo, but I don't know why that was the first thing that came to mind.
The first thing that came to mind was My Hero. Okay. So imagine if the like Attack on Titan characters or like One Piece characters were like in an alternate universe where they were like high school kids instead. In like a high school setting. That is what we're doing here. The focus is really on the key color palettes and the silhouettes of the characters, like their personalities, colors, sometimes accessories or like recognizable things associated with them. And don't be afraid to mix and match items for this either. So, an example I have written down is Team Rocket from Pokemon. You might see like a black skirt, black pants outfit with white tops that just have the letter R. It is not an exact cosplay of Team Rocket, but it has that theme, that core theme there. Honestly, I myself, if I cosplay, this is the kind of cosplay I typically do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do a lot of cosplays where I make the full complete outfit. Not saying I don't like to do that. I do. I think it's fun. But me myself, I like a more casual feel and like the essence of it, I guess you could say. Plus, like, I don't have all the extra money and stuff to like.
Yeah,
I
go
have
like
a lot
hardcore.
of like hats. Yeah. The funny thing is I have a lot of hats and a lot of like accessory type stuff for different characters. But like that's about it. I usually just do like a closet cosplay outside of that. But that gets into Disney bounding, which if you probably have seen this, because people typically make fun of Disney adults. But basically Disney bounding and closet cosplay are basically the same thing. It's using the color palettes and accessories to represent characters rather than wearing direct costumes. And the reason Disney adults started doing this is because Disney has a rule that you are not allowed to go to the parks as an adult dressed as the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't want kids to get confused. So, yeah, Disney adults.
It makes sense. I think that's a rule that makes sense.
Yeah. And I don't know, I really like Disney bounding. I think it's fun, but again, like, it's basically closet cosplay, and I like closet cosplay. I've always been a fan of it, even before that term became a thing.
Yeah.
Like, when I wrote fan fictions, for example, I also used to use this like fashion app that doesn't exist anymore that I would create outfits based off of certain, characters and stuff within the fan fiction. I'd basically create a closet cosplay or a closet cosplay inspiration outfit for the fan fiction in tandem with the cosplay. So, or what? Not the cosplay, the fan fiction. I'm a nerd. I'm a geek. This is why we're the Geektastic events.
Yeah.
But the whole other side, that I will try to briefly go through, that I want to touch on a little bit with the fashion aspect of cosplay, is the mental health side of things, which this in fashion in general is huge, especially if we're talking about the 2000s, which I don't know if I should get into it. This has to do with Epstein and Wexner.
I mean, you could get into it. I mean, we do plan to talk about it at some point, but which we totally forgot to write down, did we?
We did forget to write that down. I'll
put it in the server.
If you are avoiding world news because America is a hot dumpster fire right now, Jeffrey Epstein, big time pedo, as well as literally like half of the rich people throughout the world. And not just politicians, I should add in, politicians and rich people throughout the world. One of his good friends, outside of Donald Trump, shots fired, was Lordy me, I cannot pronounce his name for the life of me. Hold on, let me look up how to promote me. If I can like read it in front of me. Les Wexner. Jesus, I had the W and the L mixed up. Les Wexner, for those of you who don't know, is the owner of Victoria's Secrets. And a bunch of other fashion brands and companies like Limited 2, which I don't know if he owned Justice as well, but Limited 2 turned into Justice, so I don't know about that. I didn't look into that part, but owns a ton of women's fashion clothing. And back in our day, in the early 2000s, especially with Victoria's Secret, there were certain standards for fashion and women and models. And not just that, but certain fashion trends that fit those certain body standards, that ended up damaging a lot of girls' mental health. Jesus. Anyway, some of the stuff that used to be promoted to us, I'm gonna say trends like pink yoga pants and yoga shorts.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, that literally yoga pants, yoga shorts that had a big waistband that said pink on the butt, or right above the butt. It was women's fashion, so women's clothing, but it also got marketed to younger girls. I was a middle schooler, 6th grade, walking around with stuff like that. Love Juicy Couture, and I have a Juicy Couture tracksuit now. But again, marketed to younger girls. But now you
are a woman, so...
Yes. Little girls walking around with Juicy on their butts.
Not the best look, guys. Not the best look.
Les Wexner set the standard for the 2000s on how women should look. So that's where we get like the Victoria's Secret angels and stuff as well. Basically, we have a man dictating what women should be wearing, how they should look, everything. But then it's like, if you look at what things were marketed to young girls that they should not have been wearing, it really makes you think he was best friends with Epstein. Like, just saying. The correlation's there. It's there. Epstein and him, they definitely had a hand in shaping that in the 2000s. Gotta love that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'll probably talk about it in the Y2K. Anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a whole psychological thing that goes with the fashion and cosplay influencing fashion. So there's good and bad. Good and bad. The bad is what made me think of this. Sorry. Good. So many participants have expressed a change in their confidence when cosplaying, even when outside of like a cosplay. So we have when a cosplayer inhabits the identity of the dress of a character, their body is still the cosplayer's, right? This means that there is this double relationship of communication happening with the cosplayer. Not only are they performing an identity of a character, but they're also performing an identity of themselves. So, in a way, you can look at it as it's like using the vessel of a character to express yourself in a way that you wouldn't necessarily be comfortable with without that character. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The power of costume is apparent in everyone's lives. You don't have to work in theater or be a cosplayer to know that a change of clothes can signal something deeper in ourselves or around us. Wearing, for example, okay, the classic little black dress on a date that can make a woman feel beautiful or sexy, or workout clothes, sportswear to the gym, makes you feel either like comfortable, you want to be comfortable, energetic. You have pajamas to go to bed in, you want to be comfortable for that. Wedding dresses, you want to feel like, I don't know, some people want to feel like a princess on their wedding day. Or like a suit to a job interview. It makes you feel like powerful or like confident, right? So with dress, there's already this like psychological connection to it. Now, each of us make subtle nonverbal cues with how we dress. Colors we like, fashion we veer towards. They help us express our internal selves. And they help us find maybe like other people that we can identify with, or like our tribe of sorts. For example, red lipstick, known to be a signal for sexual empowerment. Or like pride, the rainbow aesthetic, to help empower and make people feel safe in the LGBTQ AI plus community. So things like that. research shows that wearing a costume can actually influence your behavior as well. Researchers began using the term enclothed cognition, which I don't remember. Like, that was a new thing for me, which I thought was interesting. It refers to the way clothing influences people's psychological processes. They found that participants who wore a lab coat, described as a doctor's coat, performed better on attention-related tasks compared to those wearing a lab coat described as a painter's coat. A costume can give us permission to be someone else, or sometimes to portray an aspect of ourselves we normally keep hidden, like I was talking about earlier. Whether that be something more sinister, like a shadowed self, or something more sexual, which we definitely see a lot in the community. No, like, and more power to them. As per, again, many costumes. Clothing can be used as an empowering tool, or it can be disempowering experience in many settings. So, green. Green can have calming effects. Studies have shown where red can cause
Alarm.
an increased
Anxiety.
heart rate. Yeah, anxiety, like pros and cons. Research shows that there's a lot of identity, exploration, empathy, and self-acceptance that can come through the potential of using costume. It can even be used as something to improve mental health in younger people in like educational settings, research suggests. Which I am not going to get into the whole uniform debacle. But yes. The psychological transformation of dressing like a character you've adored since childhood can be a pretty motivating form of self-acceptance. And cosplayers, a lot of cosplayers have said that it's one of the reasons, like, playing with costumes, cosplay is fulfilling. The exploration of identity of a fictional character can be fulfilling in that way. Based on research, cosplayers report that the improvement of dressing as another identity is the most motivating factor. For example, I kind of brushed upon it earlier, gender and gender-neutral gender bending. This can be empowering, liberating, and powerful. Many in the community like to blur gender lines. Through various types of costumes and embodying characters of different genders, cosplayers learn more about their own identities and those of other fans they meet while boosting their body confidence. We're here for that. We love that.
Yeah.
Experiences of validation, community connection, and social media elements helped introduced by cosplay create buffers for psychological conditions like depression, social anxiety, and loneliness. The neurodivergent community gravitates towards cosplay for many reasons too, and within it finds a family. So again, the pros and cons. Cosplay grants opportunities to feel seen, validated, and affirmed. It also creates space to process and discuss emotional reactions to stories and parasocial relationships. So again, there's going to be that balance, especially with like cosplaying online. Back to the fat shaming thing that I mentioned way earlier.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why being like a heavier set cosplayer was even brought up in that reality show. Riki was trying to basically say that, not necessarily fat shaming, but just trying to say, like, if you are heavier set and you're confident in yourself, great, beautiful. Like, if you can handle the
Criticism that's gonna come.
Yeah, basically the criticism that's gonna come your way, like, more power to you. but she was basically saying you have to be aware of the criticism that comes from posting online if you're going into this space. So, yeah. Whether or not it was right for her to say that is not for me to...
Yeah. It was just what was said.
But, yes, I do understand what she was trying to convey, though.
I think that's really anybody, though. Like, it's not just someone that, like, if you're putting yourself out there online, you have to be able to handle, like, online hate. Because even if you are, like, the stereotypically perfect, like, body, perfect, like, complexion, perfect, whatever.
And that's always
they're
changing,
still gonna,
too.
Yeah, and that's always changing. And someone will still hate on you because sad people who don't love themselves sometimes lash out at other people because it makes them feel better. So, like, there's always going to be a sad person to hate on you in the comments.
Yep. So yeah, that kind of is my little spiel about, like, the psychology of it. Couple points that I want to bring up before finishing this section off. Oh, there's my sustainability.
Yep. I saw it. I saw it and I was like, there it is.
Okay, so before the sustainability. Okay, technology is reshaping the expectations of what can be built. Fabrication methods that were once considered advanced have become more accessible to a broader audience. You have lightweight thermoplastics, 3D printing. I know we talked about that earlier in chat. Foam clay, LED systems, and programmable lighting that are allowing cosplayers to design costumes that capture effects once only possible in animation or gaming. Armor that shifts color, props that replicate in-game mechanics, clothing with animated light sequences are emerging as standout elements in modern builds. These high-tech enhancements These high-tech enhancements complement rather than overshadow craftsmanship, bringing a more theatrical quality to the performances and shoots. Which I love this. This is just, like, one of the many ways that, like, modern tech is shaping, like, not only the fashion industry, but, like, the cosplay sphere. And then again, that also ties into the fashion industry itself. So I love that. My sustainability section, very small. Another trend redefining cosplay is sustainability. I feel like anything that's kind of DIY, there's always that sustainable aspect to it.
Yeah.
But the community is increasingly conscious of waste management,
longevity.
Waste management, longevity of materials, and the environmental impact of large-scale builds, which also that has been happening in the fashion industry as well. That whole, like, sustainable and wake-up call to the fashion industry. I don't know if it still is, but the fashion industry used to be the second biggest industry in the world for like waste management, or like waste not good for the environment, not sustainable, very bad. So there's been a huge 360 on that. So love to see that it's also happening in the cosplay sphere. Many creators are choosing recyclable thermoplastics, natural fabrics, or secondhand garments that can be reworked into costumes, which I love. For those of you who don't know, my fashion collection I made in school was off of secondhand garments, fabrics, reworked into a collection. So I love this. Others are focused on modular design, building costumes with interchangeable components that can be adapted or reused for different characters, which we also love to see. Love that. Now, the cultural authenticity and representation are playing a key role in the evolution of cosplay fashion as well. Cosplayers are increasingly interested in exploring characters through the lens of their own heritage or identity, weaving cultural elements into costume reinterpretations, which kind of talked about this a little bit with the the historical and my brain is blinking, but like the historical references and stuff that I kind of mentioned earlier. So this has led to a creative variations that incorporate traditional textiles, historical silhouettes, or regional motifs without altering the essence of the character. Community dialogue has encouraged respectful, informed design choices that celebrate diversity while maintaining integrity and artistic freedom, which we love to see because I also feel like this helps with the issue we talked about earlier with ethnicity and like black facing, brown facing, yellow facing thing. People are creating cosplays, weaving in their own cultural identities into the mix, which we love to see. Oh, hi, Nyx!
Hi, Nyx.
A lot of the clothes that are returned for whatever reason end up shredded and thrown away because it often is cheaper than to wash, dry, and repackage them. Yeah, and don't even get me started. The thing is that like with because there is textile recycling. Granted, it is a lot harder to break down the threads and stuff because of all the different kinds that we have in the industry, but there still are places that recycle textiles. And I feel like with the technology we have now, that we could easily, with enough research and stuff and the money, be able to create an even better recycling program for textiles and material. The other thing that really sucks is that microplastics and plastics that are used to make a lot of clothing, and I could see it being a huge thing with this too, with like cosplay, plastic in general, because plastic can be turned into anything really. That God, that just being thrown away and stuff too, like that just doesn't break down. Oh, it hurts my soul, man. It hurts my soul. I don't even know what I was talking about anymore.
Culture and sustainability. I mean, there's several things we're talking about. Also,
diversity!
Look at the picture I just showed you. Captain America.
Oh,
but he made it
my
native.
God. That is beautiful.
Right? Yeah, I'll put it on the screen for you guys. Because when you were talking about like adding your culture things, I was like, I wonder if anyone like, I mean, I know that obviously there's probably cosplayers in the Native American community, but I just have never seen it. So I was like, I wonder if I can find something.
I love that. That is beautiful.
But unfortunately, when I look up Native Americans who cosplay, all that comes up are people cosplaying, quote unquote, as Native Americans.
Oh God.
So it's not what I
Okay.
wanted. It is not what I was looking for. But this is really cool. Here you go, guys. Get it out of Lila's way here. Here we go.
Plastic was one of humanity's greatest and worst inventions at the same time.
Yeah, big time.
The thing is we have enough plastic on the planet already that exists that we could just continually reuse it for the rest of our lives, like for the rest of humanity, really. But we keep making new plastic because oil companies be greedy as heck. Hate the oil company. Look at this! I love this. This is a great example of what we were just talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at his Instagram, see if he has any other one.
So, yeah. Again, as this trend with fashion and cosplay being interconnected continues to grow and invites us to reconsider the boundaries between costume and fashion, inviting more inclusive, imaginative, and narrative-driven approaches to how we present ourselves in the world. Which leads me to the future of cosplay. Today, geek and nerd culture isn't the same as it was back then. It is more accepted and more popular, basically more mainstream, like we talked about. But it is not just a hobby, but it can lead to personal and professional development. It can even become a career. New technologies and trends continue to shape the future of cosplay. Again, the 3D printing, advanced fabrics, and digital effects have expanded the possibilities for creating intricate and realistic costumes. Virtual conventions and online communities have also emerged, allowing cosplayers to connect and showcase their talents regardless of geographical boundaries. Even though cosplay is a large industry, it is still separated from like day-to-day, everyday, real-world life, I guess you could say. In the real world, it can be kind of viewed as weird or unprofessional. Cosplay typically stays within cons unless you spot a cosplayer out there in the wild for photo shoots. Kind of like influencers in the wild, Most people's mere average everyday person might not necessarily know what cosplay is still, but it is understood and accepted more as the years go by. And if you think about it, like, even if people don't necessarily know what it is, I feel like they might not know the word, but the idea of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, dude, that is so cool.
Yeah, I found one that has Captain Native America and Captain Mexico in a picture together.
That is amazing. I love that.
He has not posted since 2022. Captain Native America. Yeah, so I don't know where he is, but unfortunately he is not posting it if he's cosplaying.
Dang. Well, lastly, one thing that I just didn't really know where else to put, cosplayed. I guess we could call it cosplay as a political statement. Cosplay during protests. Okay. So, cosplay being used for making a statement. Your voice being heard. In Myanmar, various protests after the 2021 Sero, help.
Coup d'etat.
Yeah, that word. Various protests occurred with cosplayers Youth groups protested on the roads by wearing cosplay costumes, skirts, wedding dresses, and other unusual clothing for daily life, while holding signs and banners that break with the country's more traditional protest messages for the purpose of grabbing attention from both domestic and international press media. So, using cosplay to help make a statement. Woo!
Woo!
And then another example, going back to America and America's issues. Other times, fictional characters are used to convey a message, such as women dressing like the characters from The Handmaid's Tale to protest bodily restrictions in the United States. I feel like I knew about women dressing up as characters from The Handmaid's Tale during protest for, like, my body, my choice, like, abortion stuff. But I didn't really think about it as, like, a cosplay thing or a
Yeah.
political statement
Yeah.
cosplay thing, like, being connected. So, like, after I, like, looked into that, I was like, oh my god. Yeah, it is, like, that's crazy. So, I guess with this section, me putting it in the future of cosplay, we'll probably see more of that. Probably. I mean, have you seen the revolutions that, like, the things that have been going on throughout the whole world and people using, like,
Yeah.
One Piece flags for, like, um, revolutions and stuff? Let me tell, there have been people at No King's protest in America with One Piece related signs and now I'm blinking. Signs and related, like, things from One Piece
Yeah.
at the No King's protests. And now I'm trying to think. Somebody might have dressed up too. I don't remember. It could have just been a straw hat. Even just wearing the straw hat, though, that could be considered cosplay in its own. So, yeah. Future of cosplay, guys. Any thoughts, comments, Sero?
No.
I went through a lot.
Yeah, you went
I
through
know I did.
a lot, which you know what? It's Lila's day, guys. So that's okay. You know? Lila can talk about all the fashion stuff she wants to talk about, and we're gonna listen. So that's on that. I thought a lot of the stuff that you talked about in terms of fashion was really interesting because I'd never really thought about from that side of things, like the psychology side of things. I mean, I obviously thought about it as like escapism and coping with like things by being able to detach yourself from your own identity. That I mean, I understood that part, but like even the color theory stuff you were talking about, that was super interesting. Also the sustainability part. I know you don't have a whole lot about that, but even that I was like, wow, I never thought about how like all these people that make their own costumes are like helping not support like the fast fashion costumes that they could just buy.
Yeah, and with that, there's definitely pros and cons because, like, on one hand, yes, sewing and making your own things definitely a very sustainable way to go. But then you also have things that you wouldn't necessarily be able to use in your daily
Yeah.
life, like the props or like the sculptures and the things of that nature that I didn't even think about the waste that that causes in this industry.
Yeah,
So
you have
the
to
fact that
like
people are being more
wonder
conscious about it.
like where
Yeah.
exactly like the only other option I think would be creating like a display wall or like passing it on to whoever like creating a pass-on network, but that's really
like a secondhand market kind of thing.
Yeah, but that would be like really hard to do, I think, just from the get-go. Take a lot of
I
like
also feel like it
preparation.
depends on the materials you use, because if you
Yeah,
use
yeah.
recyclable materials, but then it's also like, since I don't have as much knowledge when it comes to the crafting part of it, I feel like I can't really say as much, because it's like I don't even
Yeah.
know if some of the things that tend to get used a lot are even recyclable, or if there's a way to make it recyclable. Like, I don't know. But the fact that people are at least trying by making props to be more neutral to use for like other things, or what else was it? Interchangeable components, or being adapted or reused for different characters, things like that, or being able to like rework it into something else. I think that's really creative, and I appreciate that as well. So, anything not to hurt the world more than it already is hurting, because she is crying.
Well, this was a great
Especially
first
with what
episode. Started off with a bang.
This is a long episode, my bad.
It's all right. My motto is broken. I went into this fully knowing that she had a 16-page document and I had a 3-page document. So I fully knew that this was going to be the podcast episode today. And I'm glad that we all got to listen and learn from Lila, partially me, but also Lila today, especially on her birthday. And it was a fun first episode. Oh.
Woo! I definitely suggest, like I said before, there's so many other like famous cosplayers or like amateur cosplayers that are really popular to like go check out for yourselves if you're interested. Or even like the veteran cosplayers, or like the really famous ones, they have other things that they do as well. Definitely worth checking out.
Absolutely.
And if you ever are too scared or second guessing on cosplay, remember there is things like closet cosplay, or if going with the Disney term, Disney bounding, that you can do. And honestly, sometimes, like, I've seen some Disney bounding, for example, where it's like, oh, I wouldn't have known it was that character because it's so like far from it. It really is just like the color scheme, or the what's the word? The I am thinking of a very specific word right now. Not the why am I thinking of a ghost? Or like the spiritual, man, this is gonna bug me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Essence, I guess, or the I used this word in the document and I'm trying to find it. To emulate the silhouette. Oh gosh dang. That's what I was looking for. Silhouette. My brain. Yeah, so even like, so I have seen like Disney bounding or closet cosplay where it's like the character or show or whatever they're representing. I'm like, huh, wouldn't have got that. It really is just the very, very, very basic silhouette of that character. So, you know what? Just do it. Start small. Do it. Woo!
Woo!
Okay.
Now we have to figure out who we're rating.
Yeah. And I'm going to talk about and reiterate for people who weren't here earlier, the podcast is going to a every other week format. So our next episode is going to be March 26th. And look forward to that because that one is... I already forgot what the episode is.
Overlooked No More.
Look No More! That's right, that's what it is. Overlooked No More, where we're gonna talk about some interesting people that were overlooked in society and history. It's kind of what it sounds like. Overlooked No More. We're not gonna be overlooking them anymore. We're gonna talk about them.
We're gonna talk about them. We're gonna know what their lives were like, what they did to impact the world.
Yeah. Like I said, because there's a wiki, like Sero said earlier, there's a Wikipedia page just dedicated to that. And some of the most randomest people who did the randomest things, even as simple as being like the parent of a historical figure, are on there. Crazy. So, very excited
Bro,
for
the
that.
cosplay
Very
tag
excited
is
for...
not helping me. Cosplay tag is not helping. Alright.
Are you getting a lot of...
I'm just getting people playing games, and they just have cosplay
I was gonna
in
say,
there.
are you getting a lot of people with just their chests hanging out?
Well, that too. I'm getting both. I'm getting that, and then I'm getting people that aren't even cosplaying. They just have the tag. So...
Lame! But, yeah, so... Again, this is season 5. Love that you could show up, or even if you didn't show up today and you're watching this on like YouTube or something, welcome, hello. We appreciate. Comment on your thoughts.
Yes.
Do you cosplay?
You cosplayed? We should just raid a friend. I can't find anyone.
Okay.
So we'll just raid
A-okay with me.
Storm from stream.
Okay.
All right.
So, Sero.
Yes.
Your outro?
I know, I gotta type in the raid first.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you did or not.
There we go. I got it. All right. Alrighty. So, whether you're sewing fabric at 2 a.m, hot gluing foam armor together, or just admiring the creativity at conventions,
Cosplay really is one of the coolest ways fans bring their favorite characters and stories to life.
And it's come a long way, from early costume contests to the huge global community we see today.
Honestly, what better way to celebrate the start of a new season and my birthday than talking about cosplay?
Thanks so much for listening to our season premiere. We're really excited to be back.
If you enjoyed this episode, make sure to like, comment, follow, and subscribe wherever you're listening so you don't miss the rest of the season.
You can also join our Discord to hang out with the community, talk about episodes, and share your own cosplay or fandom story.
And don't forget to follow all of our socials. The links are in the description.
Until next time,
I'm Lila.
And I'm Sero. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.